Don't have a single one.
Here we are with yet another Harman Smith reaction stream. I probably should have turned the light off. Darn it. Every single time I forget to turn the light off. But anyway, here we are with another Harman Smith reaction stream. Here we are with just me going after legions of fake Nintendo fans, of posers, of dipshits on Twitter. We are talking about every single news story that happened over the Blizzard. And I think like not a lot of people were working over the Blizzard. I was, I work all the time, but most people like Review Tech USA were just kind of sitting there doing Sekiro streams without actually playing Sekiro. He was like scheduled to play Sekiro or something, and instead he built Legos and like talked about DSP. Like again, we don't do that here. We work near constantly. We do everything we have to do to be successful. We are the greatest in the world. Absolutely. The best there is at what we do, full stop. And today we are going to go over some of the cringiest, most insane, out there, delusional hot takes from the gaming community tonight. We are focused, going in hard on a lot of these people and seeing just what nonsense they've been up to the past couple of days. Let's see here. Darn it, I turned the camera off. Okay. Nintendo got away with it. Now, I don't know what Nintendo's got away with. What, but this is an Omniarch video, so you just know that it's going to be some of the most insane, delusional, hot takes like imaginable.
We just learned a very uncomfortable truth about gaming in 2026, especially with the
Let's
Nintendo Switch 2. You see, for the
like the
last
Switch. Okay, so gaming in general. What's with this cope? Like every single time, like people are talking about the gaming in large, they do this thing where they're just like, especially Nintendo, and then they make the entire video about Nintendo when, like, in actuality, like whatever they're talking about really, truly, genuinely has nothing to do with them at all. Like, and again, this has been like a reoccurring problem with these people for a long time, but
8 months, the gaming community has been pretty much unanimous about one thing, and that is that game key cards suck. We said they were anti-consumer, we said they were a downgrade from
okay,
the
okay,
real physical.
okay. Then buy digital, you tool. Like, what are you talking about? The key cards suck. So the key cards suck. Okay, then why do you buy them? Like, just get digital. Like, what do you mean? It's a complete non-issue. Like, what are you talking about? Like, it just doesn't make any sense. Like, it does not make any sense at all. And yet you keep seeing them do this thing like, well, the game key cards are the worst thing imaginable. And they're just not really, like, at all. What was I going to do here? Oh, that's right.
Now connected to Cody.
Okay.
Games, and we said they were pretty much just kind of pointless. But something
Nope,
very
wrong,
strange just
wrong,
happened.
wrong. So I just picked up Yakuza 0 at the library, right? So I played the game on stream. I demonstrated it. Um, like game key cards aren't pointless because you get them and you get the license to download the game from their server. Okay, so if you have a game key card, you just download the game onto your console, right? That's all it is, right? You need the key card to like access the game, and you need it to instigate the download to begin with. But like game key cards are not some like devil of the gaming industry. Okay, like now that I've actually used one, I can see that like all the coping and seething about them is like way overblown, especially when you take into consideration that like Xbox has had like a similar system for like a decade. Like where are these people complaining about Xbox games requiring you to install them from the internet before you use your console? Like that's just the reality. Like you have to download the updates on Xbox if you want to use the platform. Like that's been true for like a decade now, and yet these guys want to pretend that like game key cards are a new thing. They want to pretend like it's this big deal, and they also want to pretend there's no alternative. Like I myself don't own any Switch 2 game key cards, like because I just buy everything digital. If it really was that big of an issue, you would just buy digital. But like that's not what these people are saying. They're trying to say that like there's some like that the game key cards are just evil.
Final Fantasy VII, a game key card, just released for the Switch 2, and it is sold out pretty much
Yep,
everywhere
yep.
worldwide. And that creates
Yep. Everybody. Okay, yep. Everybody's coping and seething about it because it feels like Final Fantasy VII R of all things is going to be the game that kills the narrative that third parties don't sell on Switch 2, that game key cards don't sell on Switch 2, that old ports can't sell on Switch 2. Like Final Fantasy VII of all things is what brought an end to all of those narratives. And it's just insane how they're dancing around the actual issue. Like, it is insane how desperate they are to like keep up the narrative that like the game key cards have been actively like inhibiting Nintendo Switch 2 sales. Cause like the reality is nobody gives a fuck. Nobody fucking cares. The only people who are bringing this up on at all are terminally online spurgs who like, you know, probably play games on Steam and download games on their phone and buy digital goods anyway. So like again, where was this energy when like PC phased out physical media entirely? Okay, where was this energy when like the Xbox One, you know, did this? You know, like and that's the simple reality is that it wasn't anywhere to be found. Nobody gave a fuck until Nintendo started doing it. Like that's all we're seeing here.
Creates a problem because if gamers really hate this format, then why are people still
No,
buying it?
nobody
And
bought it.
more importantly,
If gamers hate this format, we don't. That's the problem. Is that the people complaining about this are a vocal minority online who had no intention of supporting Nintendo or the Switch 2 anyway. Like it has nothing to do with the game key cards itself. It's just the clickbait circle jerk retardation of the online gaming community. And this guy can't bring himself to admit it that you guys are a vocal minority of maybe a couple of thousand people. Okay, nobody outside of this niche demographic gives a fuck about the key cards or like what they mean for the industry.
key cards have no problem flying off the shelves, then why did the Switch 2 just have one of the worst first
What?
holiday seasons?
It didn't though. It didn't. We've addressed this. The holiday season thing was a hoax. The Switch 2 did reasonably well over the holiday. Anybody saying otherwise is a lying grifter. Honestly, this guy is completely delusional. So what you're seeing is like the narrative conflicting with reality, right? Because the narrative was that like, oh yeah, the Switch 2 it won't do well. It's failing. Like Christopher Jing said so on his website. You know, like you guys took that story and ran with it, and now you're surprised that Final Fantasy VII Remake is a huge hit. Okay? You are shocked. You are bamboozled that this thing is doing well. It's embarrassing.
Of pretty much any console. The truth is that there are two glaringly obvious reasons why, and pretty much nobody is talking about them. So today, we're going to answer all of those questions and more, but first, what's going on?
Too glaringly obvious. So is he going to actually like admit that like the sales numbers things were wrong and that the Switch 2 is actually doing well? No, of course not. Of course not. He's going to do some cope about how like you have to have the game key card to play Final Fantasy VII R properly or something ridiculous like that, but
guys, cheers. A lot of you guys said you missed Tiger in some of the recent videos, so I figured I would bring her on here and give her a couple of treats for being such a good girl. But you guys know the deal. You gotta leave a like on the video if you want Tiger to keep getting treats.
he's exploiting his cat. He's exploiting his cat. You don't see me like, you know, exploiting Pikachu. You know, he's just kind of here. Like he's exploiting his cat for views. Like, oh, you better leave a like or I'm gonna let my cat starve to death. Like, are you kidding me? What an asshole.
Smells so disgusting. It's actually awful. Oh my god, she's so cute. All right, let's jump right in here. The physical edition of Final Fantasy VII Remake Intergrade for Nintendo Switch 2 is almost sold out globally. The director has expressed his gratitude for the warm reception this release has received. This article was just published. They go on to say, as you've seen in our review of Final Fantasy VII Remake Intergrade, it's a great game. It already was on PS4, PS5, and PC, but now it's gone multi-platform with versions for Nintendo Switch 2 and Xbox Series X and S. It's precisely the version for Nintendo's new console that's becoming difficult to find in physical format. The game's director, Naoki Hamaguchi, sorry if I mispronounced that, has posted a message on his Twitter account thanking fans around the world for their support of the game, as well as a reminder that future print runs of the title will not include the Magic the Gathering Final Fantasy card pack inside. Many people might think that third-party games don't sell well enough on Nintendo consoles, details, but the fact that this title is selling out globally in physical format and topping the most downloaded lists on the Nintendo eShop in several territories indicates that players on the big ends platforms are not turning their noses up at a good game. Do you already have it on Nintendo Switch 2? Now, there's a lot to unpack here, folks, but first, let's take a look at this tweet, which kind of is like what caused a lot of people to realize just how sold out this game actually is. You can see this tweet has almost 500,000 views already just after 2 days. Sold out at Target, sold out at GameStop, sold out at Best Buy, #1 bestseller on Amazon, and top of the eShop charts. Yeah, Nintendo's massive RPG audience showed up for peak. Knew this was going to be a huge deal once it came to Switch 2, since its widest appeal is here. And then, of course, we had the game director themselves quote tweet this and say,
themselves.
It's
one guy.
Hard to find worldwide. Thank you. Future print runs are not expected to include the Magic the Gathering card pack. If you want the physical edition, please consider getting the first print version with the cards while it's still available. So let's talk about this a little bit, okay? Because when we look back at...
Is he going to try and argue that, like, it's selling well because of the Magic the Gathering cards? Like, is that going to be his cope? Because, like, he's emphasized that twice, and it's just like, who are you trying to fool? Like, who are you trying to fool with this bullshit?
This past holiday season, we already know that the PS5 in November outsold the Switch 1 and 2 combined, and data-driven estimates show that the Switch 2 came out in first place in December, but just barely, making holiday of 2025 for the Switch.
Wow! First place, but barely. What are you talking about?
One of the worst first holiday seasons of any gaming console's first holiday season.
Wait, so he's gonna say it was the best selling. Yeah, it came out in first place in December, and then he goes on to say, making a holiday of 2025 the worst first holiday seasons of any gaming console. So you're gonna say that it outperformed the PlayStation and Xbox, and then you're gonna turn around and say that it was like the Switch 2 did the worst out of any gaming platform in history. This is contradictory. This makes no sense. Like, you are just making shit up. It's
worst first holiday seasons of any gaming console's first
wrong
holiday season. Look who's
wrong.
Thinking I'm gonna give her more treats. You're just gonna stand right here while I'm recording, huh? And there's a lot of things that people point to when looking at the holiday performance and why the Switch 2 actually needed a price drop in the US.
Nope, absolutely
amongst almost all of Nintendo's retail partners.
Nope,
just
nope,
to
nope.
barely get ahead. But amongst those reasons, we see, of course, the price of the console. That's a big one. There's also the price of the games. People just don't.
It's not that expensive. What are you talking about? This is the standard price point now. What are you saying? The price of the games, like, they're $70. That's the standard. But Mario Kart World is $10 more. It's Mario Kart. Like, it's worth the money. What are you talking about?
Spend $70 or $80 on these brand new games. There's also a lack of really good exclusives, right?
Oh, that is completely wrong. Man, how long are they going to be able to do, like, there are no games on Switch 2? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Like, I just don't know how much longer they can keep this up.
We've got a couple of exclusives on the Switch.
Okay.
Like a real system seller.
Nothing like a real system seller. Yeah, okay, sure. I'm sure that's why people bought Switch 2s for Mario Kart. Okay, so name a single PlayStation 5 game that's as big as Mario Kart. Like, Mario Kart's bigger than Grand Theft Auto. It's bigger than, like, everything else out there. Like, this entire cope from the industry that, like, oh, the Switch 2 has no system sellers. Mario Kart can't cut it. Like, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe is, like, one of the best-selling games ever now, Like, Mario Kart 8, like, the base version was one of the best-selling game on Wii U. Like, this entire cope that people have that, like, well, there's no system sellers. Like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Bonanza and Mario Kart World are the system sellers, and everything else is, like, available once you actually once you pick up the console. Okay, this narrative that there are no system sellers is a complete and utter delusion and needs to be called out. Okay, they have their system sellers; they're good on that front. Everything else, like, doesn't need to be considered a system seller to be successful. So, like, why this cope? Like, why this delusional cope? And this is like the most embarrassing thing about this is that the community doesn't seem to realize how popular Mario Kart actually is. You know, you're gonna see Mario Kart like eclipse Elden Ring. You're gonna see it like sell better than Baldur's Gate 3 by next year. Like, Mario Kart is huge. It's huge, and like all the copes about it, like you know, I remember back when people were saying that the online was dead and stuff like that. Like people are gonna be playing this game for like 10 years. Okay, people are still playing Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. So the fact of the matter is that these guys are seriously sitting there and trying to tell you that like the Switch 2 has no system sellers. That means that they don't understand Nintendo's lineup at all. They don't understand how big Mario Kart is, and they don't understand that this thing is driving sales of Switch 2. You know, and if you're like coping about that, it's like, well, I don't like racing games. They also have Bonanza. Okay, so it's that is also a system seller. So
right, we don't have that new Zelda, we don't have that new 3D Mario.
We did get a new Zelda game. We are getting a new Mario game, like the expansion. We got like the Mario Kart World. What are you talking about? Like, we don't have Zelda or Mario. Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
Of course, there's the economy, which is a decent reason, but let's be real. If there's anything we learned from 2008, it's that people will still spend hundreds of dollars on consoles, even in a bad economy, right? For those of you that don't know, maybe you're too young, the Great Recession started in December of 2007, and by
Okay. So what console won that generation? The much more affordable Nintendo Wii, $250. What are you talking about? Like the PS4, the PS3, which was way more expensive than the Switch 2, by the way, at $600. You know, that console failed at launch. You know, it had no games. You know, which is still a meme to this day, actually. Like, oh, the industry was fine in 2008. No, it fucking wasn't. Nintendo killed it that generation, and like the rest of the industry never really recovered. So like, this is just a giant cope from somebody who like probably never even picked up a controller during that period.
2008, a lot of people were already feeling it, and yet we still see that the Wii sold 2.15 million, the 360 sold 1.
Wait a minute. So like, yeah, so the industry was a lot smaller back then. Okay. The Switch 2 has already sold more than that. Okay. Like the industry has grown since then. People are buying new consoles. Like the Switch 2, like, okay. Well, I mean, the Wii came out in November, but like 2006. So like the Switch 2 has already outperformed that. So like this guy is seriously gonna sit there and say the Switch 2 had a bad holiday season. Yeah, because they released it in June and people were picking it up all year. So like of course it wasn't gonna have these massive like holiday sales like the Wii did, right? Like people were like the holiday sales for the Wii were like the launch day sales essentially. And like Switch 2 didn't really have that. So like again, this is why like you can't really make these kind of associations and parallels. You know, like the Wii was a fantastic console, but like you can't really compare it to the Switch 2 for a lot of reasons. So like again, this guy has no idea what he's talking about.
Million, and even the PS3 managed 726,000.
Wow, it didn't even break a million.
$400 back then, and by the way, $400 in 2008 would be about $600 then. And by the way,
did this retard just say that like the PS3 was $400?
$400 in 1,000 units sold, and it million. And even the PS3 managed 726,000 units sold, and it was $400 back then.
No, it wasn't. No, it fucking wasn't. No, it wasn't. It was $600. What is he talking about? Everyone knows the PS3's launch price point. What a fucking retard. It was $400. No, it wasn't.
By the way, $400 in 2008 would be about $600 today. So more expensive when it comes to purchasing power than the Switch 2 is right now. And that's, again, a bad economy.
Yeah, the cope that, like, you know, people are playing 8 because World is bad is just a cope, you know. Like, people are playing both, okay? They're both good games.
This is NPD data. This is literally Circana. Okay,
so not reliable. Okay,
is something, but it's not. It doesn't paint the whole picture, right? I mean, just objectively, we have data from bad economies to prove people are willing to spend lots of money on consoles. So that was another big one. And then, of course, another reason was game key cards, right? A lot of people said, like, hey,
nope,
I'm not getting the Switch 2 because I don't support game key cards. I don't like.
Nobody did that. Not a single person did that. Not a single person cared about that. Like, that is just a gigantic cope, and I don't want to hear it again.
Like the format, I don't like what it means for physical ownership and the fact that it's
Okay. Yeah, I don't like what it means for physical ownership, I say, as I buy games on Steam, as I buy games digitally on PS5 and Xbox. Like, what is this gigantic cope? Like, again, it doesn't make any sense.
consumer format. I don't like what it means for physical ownership and the fact that it's simply just consumer unfriendly, right? Like just straight up. It's
No, it isn't. Yeah, so I again, like, I had a game key card a couple days back. I popped it in, played the game. Like, there's nothing weird or unintuitive about it. Okay, this is a giant cope. It's really no different than downloading a patch. It is very easy. It's very straightforward. Like, there's nothing weird about it.
sucks to not actually own the things that you buy, right? And I think Nintendo fans are a little bit more sensitive to that reality than, say, PlayStation or Xbox fans, who have more or less just gone with the wind and just don't care about digital or whatever, right? I mean, even
Well,
Steam, for example.
well, like, the issue is that you're looking for things to complain about. Like, the reason PlayStation and Xbox fans don't complain about this is that, like, there's no real reason to. Like, again, there's nothing weird about it. You know, like, people buy movies digitally, they stream music on Spotify. Like, the whole, like, ownership thing, it doesn't hold water. Like, what exactly are you owning? Exactly. Eh, again, it just seems like a cope from Pirates, you know? Like, oh, I own the game, which means I can do this with it. No, you can't actually. That's breaking the licensing agreement, but okay.
People love Steam, it's digital only, right? So I think Nintendo was kind of like that last console where people really do feel some type of way about actually owning their physical games, right? So now when we look at Final Fantasy VII actually literally selling out physically around the world, you know, there's a lot we can say about that, right? You could point at the price. You know, if you take a look at the price here, you could see that it's only $40, right? And so if you compare this to $70 or $80 games.
Wow, a 5-year-old port of a game that everyone hates is being sold at $40. Wow, how crazy. How crazy is that?
You might say, okay, well, it's selling out, of course, because it's cheaper. Like, literally, people don't mind the game key cards as long as it's a fair price. The other thing that you can look at it and say, well, like, literally, this is Final Fantasy VII, right? I mean, Final Fantasy VII is up there in terms of, you know, when you look at some of the best games, the most critically acclaimed games of all time, a lot of people look at Final Fantasy VII like they do Ocarina of Time.
Yeah, if you're delusional and you didn't play Ocarina when it first came out. Ocarina's way better than Final Fantasy VII.
One of those just classic games that is just everybody loves it. It's got a cult following. Like, that is, I mean, that's the caliber with which we're talking about here with Final Fantasy VII. And so when you look at a remake integrate, it's like, okay, you know, those fans are obviously going to come out in droves to buy this game and have the ability to play it mobile, right? And then on top of that, like the director said, they literally put these Magic the Gathering packs inside. So even though it's a digital game on the cartridge, it's a game key card, not actually physically there, you are still getting something physical with your purchase, right? The fact that it has that booster pack in there, and right now trading card games are all the rage. People are literally robbing stores for Pokemon cards, okay? Magic the Gathering's been around forever. It's always been worth something. I think there's a lot of things you can point to say, okay, yes, it is a game key card, but it's cheaper, and it's Final Fantasy VII, and it's got the Magic the Gathering pack, and all of that is true, right? I totally agree with you on all of that, but here's the thing, and this is really just the truth, okay? People have said that categorically game key cards are things that they will not buy, right? So if that is true, if people actually have that value or that principle, right, then you would say, okay, well, you don't need it on Switch 2 because you can play this game elsewhere, and the game's already been out for a while, and you can get the card somewhere else, right? And so really what this proves is that, yes, there's lots of reasons why somebody might buy this game for the Switch 2 physically, but what it also proves is that game key cards are not categorically something that people will not spend their money on, right? There's some threshold, there's some wiggle room. People might not buy Star Wars Outlaws or Madden or whatever the case might be, but they will buy certain games if they're good.
Oh, come on. What a giant cope. Just admit that the game keycard thing is a hoax and that like nobody actually gives a fuck. Okay. Like this is a non-issue. Nobody wants to hear about it. This is not inhibiting sales. Like Madden did do well. Star Wars Outlaws did do well. I've seen them on bestsellers list. Like this idea that like game key cards were like stopping the Switch 2 from becoming relevant was like just straight up retarded. Okay, it was delusional, it was out of touch. And like the issue with this specific situation, like it showcases that it is true. Like this should be an end to the narrative that game key cards are somehow hurting Nintendo Switch 2. But like instead you have people like bending over backwards and trying to tell you that like, well, actually it's only selling well because it's Final Fantasy 7 and it has a Magic the Gathering pack in it. Like nobody cares. Nobody fucking cares.
With the right things and yada yada yada, right? So okay, so what we know here is that yes, there's some reasons why people are buying it, but categorically this does dismantle the argument that game key cards are the reason the Switch 2 had a poor holiday season, right? I mean, obviously we know now that there are some reasons, there are some games that will actually sell even as a game key card, so that must not be it, right? Whether it's because the Final Fantasy fans are diehards, whether there's just so many RPG players that have already been early adopters for the Switch 2, or whether it's the case that the casuals who have the Switch 2 and they don't really have much to play right now because the library is still small, they're looking at this and saying like, hey, I never played Final Fantasy 7 Remake Intergrade, now's my chance, and it's only $40, right? And so the casuals might actually be adopting this format because
the casuals are doing it? Wow, so you mean the bulk of the gaming audience? The casuals are buying the game key card, just like it was the casuals that bought the Wii, and it was the casuals that like keep buying Pokemon games. Those filthy casuals ruining gaming for us serious gaming YouTubers who care about gaming media and like owning things physically.
Months ago. I said this back probably in like June or July.
What's he talking
about?
On
record saying that the average casual gamer doesn't care about game key cards. They really
the average person, you mean?
Care about them. I care about them. I don't have any game key cards. You don't have any game key cards. We are on the same page here. I agree that they suck. I agree that it's awful, but
I don't own any physical Switch 2 games in general. Like I went all digital this gen. Like I'm all in on that. So like what I don't understand is why this isn't being put forward as like a viable alternative. Like it doesn't make any sense.
The truth is that the casual players probably don't care. Like really, they're probably not reading the front cover. They're not reading this, okay? They're really not reading this. They're just looking at the game and they're like, okay, that's it. They buy the game and they're used to day one patches. They're used to day one downloads. Like they don't even know that the game is not actually on the cartridge, right? So if we have to dispense with the idea that game key cards are some meaningful component of the Switch 2 having a poor holiday season, what actually was behind the Switch 2 having a poor holiday season?
Well, it didn't have one. It didn't have a poor holiday season. We've addressed this. We have addressed this. There is no indication that the console had a poor holiday season. Like that is a complete lie, and I'm really sick of this guy like trying to push it.
The cost of the games and all this other stuff, and that's the obvious thing, right? Those are the obvious talking points that I've talked about here on the channel. Many other people have talked about. A lot of people have put it in the comments. You may have already commented it down below, which by the way, thank you. It does help with the channel a ton with that engagement. But there are two reasons that I don't see many people talking about at all that make the Switch 2, at least right now, a really tough sell for the average consumer. The person who walked into Walmart or Target or Best Buy this past holiday season and they looked at the Switch 2, they looked at the PS5, and a lot of them picked the PS5, right?
Nobody did that. Nobody did that. And if they did, it was because the console was massively on sale. Like, what are you talking about? A lot of people wait for the PS5. Nobody did. Like, you even admitted that the Switch outperformed the PS5. So, like, what are you saying? Like,
okay, why is the Switch 2 right now a tough sell for the average consumer? Is it because there's not a big system seller game? Yes, that's part of it,
No,
right?
wrong.
Let's
Mario
touch on
Kart.
two components that a lot of people are not talking about. And in order to do this, we're going to take a look at, once again, a post from Matt Piscatello. This was posted 20 hours ago or so, and this is, again, data from Circana. Circana Player Engagement Tracker, US top 10 titles by total weekly active users, not concurrent, week ending January 17th, okay? Now, we're just looking at this sort of sliver of data, but really, you can even look at the December 2025 monthly total, or you can go back throughout the year and look at all of the engagement tracker data that Matt has shared over on his socials, okay? Whichever one you pick, it doesn't really matter, and the reason for that is because if you look at the games, a lot of the games are all the same, right? No matter which data or what chart you look at, you're gonna see a lot of these same familiar faces, things like Fortnite, things like Minecraft, and this actually paints a super interesting picture that a lot of people are not talking about. Okay, let's take a look at this, all right? First of all, they break this down by console. So we have PlayStation, Xbox, and Steam, and there's a lot of overlap between PlayStation and Xbox. Let's just be
Like, what's gonna happen when Nintendo introduces something that like surpasses Fortnite, which is gonna happen eventually, but like, what's gonna happen? You know, like this entire House of Cards is gonna collapse, honestly. Like, I've been saying this for a long time, but like PlayStation, Xbox, and PC are like propped up by a handful of like major franchises that casuals just obsess over, but like, you know, nothing else they do really becomes relevant. Nintendo's not like that. They're in a way healthier position. Why is the sound off?
PlayStation, Xbox, and Steam, and there's a lot of overlap between PlayStation and Xbox. Let's just be real here, okay? So let's dive in and take a look at the most recent data here. We can see number one is Fortnite. So when we look at live service games, Fortnite right now is king, at least on console. Arc Raiders is currently number one on Steam. I think that's because Fortnite's not on Steam, but either way, Fortnite right now is king of the console live service experience. But here's where things get interesting, okay? Next, we have Call of Duty. Then we've got Grand Theft Auto 5 Remastered. On Xbox,
Nobody
we have
cares.
Roblox. These two are actually flipped here between the two consoles. And coming in at number 6, we have Marvel Rivals, okay? So if we pay close attention here, and you'll also see Arc Raiders on this list as well, but if you pay close attention, you'll realize that out of the top 5 most popular live service games on the PlayStation and on the Xbox, 3 of those 5 games are not on the Switch 2. And if you expand that to the top 6 titles, at least for the PlayStation, you'll see that 4 of the top 6 titles are not on.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. So, like, what's gonna happen to live service games, huh? Like, it's gonna be the same thing that happened to Overwatch, where you have this like extreme, passionate, like obsessive fan base that put like thousands of hours into the game, and then when those people, like, when your game collapses, which inevitably happens, you know, like you're left with jack shit because like those people have not been trained to buy anything else from you. They don't care about your company. They don't care about anything. Like they only cared about that specific thing. Okay, and that's the problem with Fortnite and all this stuff. Um, these guys only play like live service free to play games because they're live service free to play. It doesn't mean that like these are some huge things that are gonna destroy Nintendo. It's just cheap, affordable gaming. It's basically like the modern equivalent of like Farmville or something like that. Like it's not a real threat to Nintendo at all. And the fact that people like this like keep saying that like, well, like Marvel Rivals of Fortnite, like a complete non-issue. Nobody cares.
The Switch 2. And again, you look at the top 10 list, half of this list is not on the Switch 2, okay? And this is a super important point when we think about the parents going into the store and what are they going to buy their kids, okay? Well, little Timmy keeps talking about how his friends are playing Call of Duty or Grand Theft Auto. They shouldn't be, but they are. You know it, I know it, everyone knows it. I played San Andreas when I was way too young to play San Andreas. Little Bobby's talking about his friends at school are playing Roblox, which they shouldn't, by the way. There's a lot of controversy around Roblox, but the fact of the matter is Roblox is extremely popular and Marvel Rivals continues to be very, very popular.
So you believe that like kids don't play Nintendo games, that they only play the games that the people talk about at school? Like, doesn't fucking happen. Okay. The only people who care about that are people who don't play a ton of games to begin with, right? Like they are not like the core gaming audience. They are
So if
casuals.
you're looking to buy a console for your kids and it doesn't have Roblox, it doesn't have Marvel Rivals, it doesn't have Arc Raiders,
You know what? Like Mario Kart by itself is like more relevant than all of that. You know, like that's just the reality of it. Like these are flavor of the month games that aren't competitive, that aren't relevant, that are like parts of dying brands. You know, like Mario Kart's bigger than that, Pokemon's bigger than that. Like it's just like his argument doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Like, well, it doesn't have these games. Like they can release on the console anytime. Like it's a complete non-issue, you know, especially if you have like a PS4 and can like play all of these games anyway.
doesn't have Call of Duty, it doesn't have Grand Theft Auto. Like these are the biggest games that a lot of people play with their friends, right? So the only
Nobody
ones
cares.
that overlap here are Fortnite, NBA, and Minecraft, really, right? I know we've got a couple of others like Madden and WWE, whatever, but like a majority of the massive live service games that people play with their friends are not on the Switch 2. And I feel like this is one of those things where it's like, yes, people buy Nintendo consoles for the first party exclusives, right? Historically, that's been the case.
Wrong.
Actually, apparently, that's not always going to be the case. I mean, straight up, this is a third party game a lot of people are buying. And again, I think on average,
Is he implying that like Final Fantasy VII Remake on Nintendo Switch 2 is a system seller? Like, first of all, that debunks his entire notion that like Final Fantasy VII Remake, like the Switch 2 has no system sellers. But second of all, like he's trying to imply that Final Fantasy VII Remake is bigger than Mario Kart World, which is like obviously retarded. I think Mario Kart World outsold Final Fantasy VII R in like a week. Okay. Like it just like I think 7R is at like 7 million and like Mario Kart World's over 10. So
we're talking about
at
Nintendo.
this stage.
So on average, people are buying it for Nintendo stuff. But if you're only gonna spend $450 or $500 on a console around, let's say, Christmas, for example, you've got the PS5 and you've got the Switch 2, and they're both pretty much in the same price bracket. And one of these consoles has all of the games that little Timmy wants to play with their friends, and the other console does not have 50 or 80% of those games. It's like, okay, well, I feel like as a parent, the choice is abundantly clear. Not only because a lot of those games.
So is he arguing that PlayStation is like the child's console? That's funny. That is funny.
On that console, but also I feel like, and you guys can let me know if I'm wrong about this, but I feel like a lot of the games that I end up buying, like for my PS5, for example, I can wait for Black Friday or Cyber Monday or some other sale, and they get pretty big discounts, right? And when you look at Nintendo games, yeah, they sometimes get little discounts here or there. You know, a 5-year-old Nintendo game will go from $60 to like 45, and that's like the big, oh my god, that's the crazy discount.
Wrong.
Right? But even if we wanted to use a super loose data point here just to prove what I'm saying, go to price charting and just look at what is the average and median price of a PlayStation 5 game.
Imagine complaining about Nintendo games retaining their value. It's so dumb.
Lately, right?
This just all this proves is just how disposable PlayStation X and Xbox games actually are. That like nobody plays them.
Average price is about $22, $23, and then you go to the Switch and your average price is about $27. Median is a little higher as well, around 23. So it's like, even if we just take only 2 seconds worth of research, on average, you're going to be paying more for Switch games. And by the way, this is Switch 1. We're not even talking about Switch 2. So if the consoles are around similar prices and the games on the PS5 on average are a little bit cheaper, and the PS5 has all of these live service games that everyone plays,
the games aren't as good. Like that's just the simple reality when it comes to like Nintendo versus PlayStation. You go for Nintendo if you actually care about the quality and want to play the best games. Okay. Like everything else about this, like, oh, all my friends are playing Roblox, like that's just a cope. Like the reality is, if your friends actually had standards, if they weren't little dipshits who probably were born to drug addicts, like in the ghetto, okay, they would want to be playing Nintendo games instead. Like that's just the reality, honestly. Like Nintendo versus PlayStation at its core truly is an IQ test. Because if you ask any of these people like why they play PlayStation, it's always like, well, the realistic sports games. Like for the first person shooters, like it's because it's what everyone else is playing. Like I have never heard a PlayStation fan say that they have fun playing PlayStation games. Like, that's the simple fact of the matter is, like, PlayStation isn't fun, it's a status symbol.
Is with their friends, and the Switch only has Fortnite and Minecraft, then like that's kind of a
Wow,
no-brainer for
Fortnite,
any
the biggest
parent,
game there
right?
is.
But it
Wow.
actually goes even deeper than this, because there's something else that the Switch 2 does not have that the competition does have, and that is streaming services. This is like such a missed opportunity here that,
No,
again, a
no,
lot
nobody
of people
cares.
don't even think
Nobody
about when it comes to
cares.
the Switch 2 unless you're a casual gamer. This user posted just
Yeah. Sure. Most streaming service, yeah, it's not like everybody has a bazillion other devices for streaming. It's not like they don't have tablets or phones or TVs. No, they like you gotta like you can use like a Fire Stick and get like all of the options. Like have a better system than like consoles. There's no reason for it to be on a console, honestly. And that is something that I do think we need to talk about is just what a waste of time having video games on console having video games on having streaming on consoles actually is. It's just a waste of resources. It dilutes the focus of what it should be about the games. It's wrong, and I think that's why Nintendo has been moving away from it since the Wii. Actually, yeah, that was a big cope back in the day. Does anyone remember this? Like that was a thing when the Wii came out. Is that this thing? People would use Netflix on it, and they would just kind of sit there and be like, "Oh, I use Netflix more than any other game on it. It's the best thing on Wii." And it became kind of a meme that like one of the best games on Wii was Netflix. And that was like kind of a major impact to their brand. It kind of pushed this image of like how nobody actually plays games on the hardware. So yeah, I'm glad to see the streaming services go. We don't need them. I don't want them. Fuck them.
couple of days ago, the original Switch got YouTube, Hulu, Funimation, and Crunchyroll, but was still missing several notable streaming services like Netflix, Prime Video, HBO Max, and Disney Plus. And now that we have the Switch 2, the situation has gotten worse. No streaming services can be used on Switch 2. Hulu and Funimation have also been discontinued for Switch 1. What's the deal, Nintendo?
What? Funimation have been discontinued? I'm sure it's not because that company has been shut down and merged into Crunchyroll. I'm sure that has nothing to do with it.
Streaming services should be a staple on a portable gaming console. I just want to watch anime and true crime videos on my Switch 2, damn it. And like, look, if you're a hardcore gamer or a hardcore Nintendo fan, I know you're looking at this and you're thinking like, guys, this is really a nothing burger. This is really not a big deal. And that's where I have to say, you're so wrong. It's actually insanely wrong to make that assumption. Yes, people watch stuff on their iPad or their smart TV or whatever, their Amazon Fire Stick or whatever the case might be. I know we've got a million ways to access these streaming services, okay? So not having it on the Switch 2 isn't that big of a deal, but I mean, if this is the only console that's going to be in little Timmy's room, then wouldn't it be convenient that the thing that's connected to the TV already has the streaming services he wants to use, right?
Or like if
the
it
iPad kid meme is a meme for a reason. Kids love to watch YouTube, okay? And to have the Switch 2 be functionally a tablet in some ways, it's not really, but it's got a big enough touchscreen to be one, right? To not have YouTube on there is a big fumble. And the same thing applies if this is going to be the main console that you put in your living room. And this is why Nintendo is often not considered the main console. It's always going to be this secondary console because it's not as powerful and it's missing a lot of super obvious key features that everyone uses. Like me, for example, okay, I have a smart TV and I do not use the built-in smart TV apps because the user interface and the hardware in the TV is just garbage. It's so slow, it's laggy, it's annoying, right? So I actually have an Apple TV connected to my smart TV because it's way faster, it's got much better interface, I can type with my phone, and it's just better overall, right? And in the same way, I think a lot of people do that, whether it's with their PS5 or with their Amazon Fire Stick or whatever the case might be. The point is, you can't do that with the Switch 2. You can't download YouTube, you can't download Netflix. I know Hulu's gone because they were bought by Disney Plus, I get that, but Disney Plus isn't on there and neither is Amazon Prime Video. So all of these different streaming services are not available on the Switch 2, and it's kind of like an own goal, right? Like it's something people aren't talking about because it seems like it's such an obvious thing. Like it is just expected. This is just something that you expect on your modern consoles or tablets or portables or whatever, and it's something that is available on day one on the competition. You buy a PS5, you've got got Netflix, you've got Amazon Prime Video, you've got Disney Plus.
I mean, if you pay for that
you want to use built right into the console that also has all of the live service games that little Timmy wants to play. I mean, look, even this guy is a moderator of the Family Boards, and he is saying, genuinely speaking, it's shocking how Switch never got Netflix. Even for me, just need me some YouTube and I'm good to go, right? And I think a lot of people would agree with this. I mean, let's say you're getting on an airplane and you want to fly somewhere. Lots of flights that I've been on lately have onboard Wi-Fi. You pay like 20 bucks or whatever, or sometimes you get it for free, and you just get access to Wi-Fi and you can watch videos, movies, whatever the case might be, scroll on your favorite social media network. Wouldn't it be nice to not have to watch Netflix on your phone or not have to watch YouTube on your phone? You could just have your Switch 2 right there. You didn't have to bring your iPad with you too. You know what I mean?
What?
Like, there's lots of people where it actually would be pretty convenient to have YouTube or whatever on Switch 2, even though you've got other devices that can play it just fine. And when you combine that with the fact that it's also missing all these live service games, I think this is a really big component as to why a lot of normies, a lot of casuals haven't.
Didn't he just say that, like, it was the normies and the casuals who were buying the game key cards, and now he's saying that they're not buying the Switch 2? Why the fuck would they buy game key cards but not the console to play them on? That doesn't make any sense.
Upgraded yet. Yes, it's
doesn't make any sense.
Seller. Yes, most people buy it for the exclusives. Yes, it's expensive and the economy's not.
No, it's not.
Now. I get all of that, and all of that is arguably a much larger component of this. But I do think not enough people are talking about the elephant in the room. Where's Roblox? Where's YouTube?
Nobody cares.
Kids,
Nobody's asking.
Those are like the two most used apps by any child from the ages of like 5 to 16. Like, that is such a massive market that is just not being served by the Switch 2. And then
nobody cares.
Over here
Nobody cares.
Like, oh, the game key cards are a big problem, and it's like, yeah, for us, right? For you and me, yeah, we hate game key cards, but the average parent has no idea what a game key card is. And those that are hardcore invested in this stuff, they're gonna buy it. They don't care. Final Fantasy VII is proof that there are some specific games that will still sell even on game key cards, which means categorically people are not avoiding them like the plague. They're just approaching them cautiously and looking at the value proposition and saying, okay, if it's not on the cartridge and it's 60 bucks and it's the full game on the disc for the PS5 and it's the same price, I'm gonna get the PS5 version, right? A lot of people make that decision, but with Final Fantasy VII, it came in at a good price point with a pack of magic cards inside, and the fan base is really looking to play this game portably. They're gonna buy it, right? And I think we're gonna see this more as the year goes on. When you have games that make sense to buy on the Switch 2 as a game key card, people are gonna do it, right? I think Pokemon Pokopia might actually be another one of those sleeper picks where it's like the pre-orders are abysmal.
No, wrong, not true.
Doesn't mean that casuals won't just buy it in droves the moment it comes out and actually is on the market. Once that marketing pushes in full force and all the influencers are playing the game on their cozy little live streams on Twitch,
yeah, that huge community of Nintendo influencers. What are these people? Who are these people? Like, what Nintendo influencers? Because I keep seeing Nintendo do this too. Like, oh, the Nintendo influencers, they're the reason the conversation around Switch 2 is so positive. Like, you know, I've seen like Demish talk about this, and I'm just like, who are you talking about? There are no Nintendo influencers. Like, stop it. They don't exist.
To say that game isn't going to sell like hotcakes even as a game key card, right? So I want you guys to be prepared for that. We absolutely could see tons of game key cards in 2026 flying off the shelf.
Yeah, because it's not a big deal. Wow.
Kind of agrees that they suck because we're in our gaming niche and the casuals just don't care. And hopefully next week when Nintendo releases their actual official data, we'll have a little bit of a better insight as to who's buying this thing and why and how much. Although unfortunately, they're probably going to do the same thing they did last time where they're just going to reveal the shipped units and then everyone's gonna be like, oh my god, it sold 17 million, even though like objectively that's not gonna be the case. I'm
what?
Just gonna call it
he's
out.
already damage controlling the sales. What a fucking retard. Like, oh, these are the shipped units, they're not sold. Like, bro, like, you are deluding yourselves.
Okay, I'm just gonna come out and just say it right now. You know it, I know it, everyone knows it. The Nintendo fans, they just read the headlines, right? That's why they look at this last holiday and they think that they had a really good holiday. Like, oh my god, Switch 2 had such a good 2025 holiday. And it's like, you definitely didn't look at the numbers because there's just no way to arrive at that conclusion unless all you looked at was the headlines and maybe one or two tweets from Matt Biscuit.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the headlines that were saying the Switch 2 did well this holiday season. Yeah. I remember them saying the exact opposite. And then when Matt Piscatella released the actual numbers, people like this went on full damage control. What a fucking retard. He's talking to somebody who knows the numbers better than he does. Like,
thing in the best possible light because he works directly with Nintendo. Of course,
what?
I don't even blame him for that. But
what? He works directly with Nintendo. What a gigantic cope. What a giant cope.
Hopefully, and I know that this is real hopium, right? Like, I know I'm not going to get what I want, but hopefully Nintendo actually shares some real data that we can really kind of pick apart and understand a little.
They do give real data. Like, is he implying that they're going to give out, like, fake information? Like, is he serious? Like why does he think that? So, like, if the numbers are positive, that means they're lying, is what he's trying to say here. Like, what a delusional fuck.
I know it's not going to happen. They did ship units for their last report on purpose. They're going to do that again for this one. They're going to keep that going because their stock price is not really in the great
Wrong!
right now.
Wrong! It's going up! Like, what is he talking about? It's higher than it was at this point last year. What are you talking about? I was actually going to make a video about this, but, like, yeah, the stock price has gone up again. The slump happened because of post-holiday season. You're going to see it go back up. What are you talking about?
They're going to pull out all the stops. They're going to do everything they can do to get all those headlines, right? You're going to see it. It's going to happen again like clockwork. And you guys are going to wonder, like, wow, how did Omniarch predict that, right? It's like, because they do this all the time. They did this even back on the original Switch. Like, if you go back to the articles back then, they're like, oh, it's the fastest selling, it's the fastest. Oh, like, okay, yeah. And, like, with the Switch, it's true. Like, it actually did end up being super, super good. But you could also look back at articles back then and see, like, the Xbox One was the fastest selling, it's the best holiday. It's like, oh my God, right? Like,
wait. So he's admitting that, like, it was true that the Switch was the fastest selling console, but then he backtracks and says that, like, some articles somewhere said the Xbox did well when that wasn't never actually true. Like, you're not making your point very effectively. You don't know what you're talking about.
Easy these headlines
what a retard
beliefs and kind of skews their reality to think like something is true when it's not, right? And so what we're gonna see is these headlines: Switch 2 sold 17 million, and it's like, oh my God, it's so annoying. It's so annoying for those.
It's so annoying because 17 million unit is significantly more than I thought it would sell. Yeah, so we're already seeing these guys, like, acknowledge that, like, the console is gonna sell like 17 million units, something like that. More than the Wii U, lifetime, this huge success story, like this big thing. And they're trying to, like, do this thing where they're going to try and gaslight you into thinking that, like, the numbers are bad and that they're they're underperforming or something. They did this with the Switch 1 too, right? And, like, they really need to get called out for this. Like, because that's the weird thing about this is that he's throwing out, like, 17 million units as if it's, like, a bad number. But, like, that's actually very impressive in, like, a 1 year period, okay, for a gaming console. Like, that is a very big number. And like, the fact that he's trying to, like, mock the idea, like, he's coming up with all these copes, like, oh, ship not sold, like 17 million units ain't shit. Like, it's just a gigantic cope. It's just a gigantic cope.
Us that actually look at the numbers, it's like, oh God, now we gotta deal with all the people that don't know what they're talking about and all the Nintendo YouTubers that are just being intellectually dishonest. They know that that's not the entire truth. They know it's not the actual.
Like, who? Who's doing that? Name a single person who's, like, misrepresenting the numbers. I dare you to do it. Like, I dare you to find somebody who's trying to say, like, who's trying to make stuff up to make Nintendo look good. It's not happening anywhere. Like, I don't know a single person doing that.
The views on a video, they're gonna go with it, right? So anyway, all that to say, there is a small chance that maybe we can get some real.
It's them projecting, honestly, because Nintendo does this too. Like, oh, it's the positive Nintendo YouTubers that are making us look retarded. Like, no, like, people are looking at your channels. They're realizing that it's an entire grift, and, like, you're becoming, like, a stereotype of Nintendo criticism content, right? So people are calling you out on your nonsense, and you're trying to cope by, like, projecting and, like, saying that, like, oh, it's these it's these other Nintendo, positive Nintendo influencers who are doing this. No, you did this to yourself. Like, you're a joke because of your own actions.
Nice juicy data from Nintendo next week, but I'm not banking on it because they have
I'm
literally no incentive to do that unless the Switch 2
They have no incentive to give sales numbers. What are you talking about? That's what they do at these meetings.
did sell through to customers at a shockingly good rate, and if it did, that would be super impressive. So we'll have to wait and see. But guys, if you made it to the end of the video, consider dropping a thumbs up on it.
Retard. What a fucking retard. I just can't wrap my mind about how this guy sits there for half an hour and tries to tell you that, like, Nintendo's not doing well. Trust me, bro. I'm an insider. I'm an expert. Please ignore Matt Piscatella. Please ignore, like, people in my comment section. Please ignore Harman Smith debunking my shitty channel live. Like, oh, I know more about Nintendo than anybody, and that's how I know their stock prices are through the floor, and that, like, the Switch 2 has failed, and that, like what are you talking about? What are you talking about? It's embarrassing. It is unbelievable. Like, I've said this, like, I know people go after Nintendine, and for good reason. I think Omniarch is worse. Like, I genuinely think Omniarch is worse. Like, just because he so blatantly makes shit up. You know, when you look at Nintendine, like, he does things that are kind of rooted in reality, where he kind of talks about, like, you know, how fans felt at, like, certain periods of time and stuff like that. Like, it feels well researched. It feels like he's not pulling numbers out of his ass, right? But with, like, this guy, he's just trying to, like, say that, like, yeah, Nintendo makes they make up their sales numbers. You know, they manipulate the data. You know, there's, like, a cabal of, like, Nintendo YouTubers downplaying criticism towards the company. It's just like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Okay. Okay. So here we are with, like, the keynote of the year, the best Nintendo hardware of 2026, the Virtual Boy. Yes, I'm so hyped. So I have this pre-ordered already, so I'm gonna be a proud order of a Virtual Boy soon. Launch lineup: Galactic Pinball. So I'm curious how many of these games are good, because I think a fair few of them are actually really fun. So I'm actually curious if I get any mileage out of this. Like, Wario Land VB is something I've been wanting to play for years. So a lot of these games do look shitty though. Surprised this isn't a Punch-Out game. Yeah, like I was looking at this lineup, and I'm just kind of like, what's with all these new IPs? Like, they all feel very experimental and different than everything else. It's kind of interesting, but anyway. Yeah, Wario Land, you know, 95. Yeah, this predated Wario Land 3 even, and I believe even Wario Land 2. So I think this one's more like the original. The Mansion of Innsmouth. Okay, I've never heard of this one. Innsmouth. That's an H.P. Lovecraft thing, isn't it? Oh. Is that Tiger Woods? No, this is before Tiger Woods, wasn't it? That looks an awful lot like Tiger Woods. Yeah, they have a pretty good selection of games, honestly. I think the Virtual Boy looks pretty awesome. Like, I've seen, like, you know, Turbo Spurgs, like, freak out because, like, Water Boy isn't on there. I'm sorry, Water World isn't on there. But, like, it's gonna be like a new Nintendo Switch Online console. So I'm really, really looking forward to it. This is gonna be the first time I played any of these games, so I'm very curious about what I think of the Virtual Boy. It's definitely an interesting piece of Nintendo history, and the fact that it's getting re-released now is kind of telling about like what the future of things like the Wii U are going to be like. It's just it's fascinating, honestly. Like, this went from a joke to becoming this like this thing that's like, that can only be done on Nintendo hardware. So very, very interesting if they bring this back. I'm curious like what the reasoning for it is though. I mean, I guess this is like, yeah, the thing is 31 years old now, but and like now's the time to do it before they do any other consoles. But
We got like 15 plus inches of snow. I prefer like 5 to 8. Pause. But you're not here to hear about my snow worries and me having to go dig my cars out of the snow. You're here to hear about video game news. And we got a lot of stuff to talk about today. Some very exciting stuff as well. Nintendo
yeah, I don't know how much
Direct
snow I
stuff,
got. Like I want to say it was a
announcements,
foot.
game leaks, all sorts of crap. Hit subscribe if you're new, but let's just hop straight into this. The first and arguably most important thing in this video, the Virtual Boy is coming soon to Nintendo Switch 2. What, you're not excited for the Virtual Boy? Well, guess what, pal? You can go to hell, because I am excited for this because I love the Virtual Boy. Nintendo did a little presentation on the Virtual Boy and what to expect from it on the Nintendo Switch 2 online portion of things. Of course, there is that headset apparatus that costs $100 dues that I bought one, of course. I love the Virtual Boy. They did talk about what games were coming out on launch, which is February 17th, and then some other games that are coming out and some additional features. So on day one, you'll be able to play Galactic Pinball, very fun game. 3D Tetris,
I thought they were releasing everything at once. Like, are they drip feeding things? Okay.
Tellero Boxer, very fun game. Virtual Boy Wario Land, excellent game. The Mansion of Innsmouth, which is interesting because that never had a North American version.
Oh,
It's
really?
gonna be the Japanese version. It's kind of like a
I was wondering why I'd never heard of it before. So wow, we're actually getting imports. I mean, that's been a thing with NSO for a while now because we got a translated version of like Fire Emblem Shadow Dragon and the Blade of Light, right? The first one. So they got a translation for that. Yeah, that is interesting that we're getting more like imports because that's definitely something I kind of feel as like a Super Nintendo fan is that like there are a ton of games, especially RPGs, that like never got brought over here around that time period. So like I would really really love to play them. So
first-person horror game.
with AI translation, it might be easier to do, but we'll see.
On the Virtual Boy, yes, I'm serious, but I always like that game, at least playing it via emulation. Golf and Red Alarm. And then coming on later to Virtual Boy will be Mario Clash, Mario Tennis, which is weird because Mario Tennis was a launch game. I don't know what's up with that. Jack Bros, Space Invaders Virtual Collection, Virtual Bowling, Virtual Force or Vertical Force, excuse me, V Tetris, Zero Hoppers or Zero Racers.
Whoa,
and
no
D
Nestor's
Hopper.
Funky
And what's
Bowling. What are they
interesting
doing,
about those last
Nintendo?
two games, Zero Racers and D Hopper, is those were previously unreleased games. So
Really?
I'm all for that. Give me the Virtual.
Wow, so we're getting stuff that's never actually come out. That's very interesting. I mean, we kind of already got the precedent for that with like Star Fox 2, but like this is going to be a really interesting thing when we start seeing like, imports like this come over. Like a lot of this is going to be a big deal for enthusiasts. Like, we might get the original version of Live Alive or like Terranigma or like, all sorts of things. Like it's crazy.
Boy unreleased deep cuts. I want everything from this system. Like, this is a super good lineup of games. This is essentially what I would like to
It
see.
is an expansion
The
game.
first party Nintendo games were arguably a cut above a lot of the third party games on the system, but like Vertical Force is a super cool game. I always enjoyed that. Jack Bros was cool, and these unreleased games I think will be fun. You can, of course, mess around with the controls. You can do stuff with having different rewind features and crap like that because, that's important for people nowadays. And they actually said that they're going to be adding color options to it later on this year, which means that like the red and black attack isn't necessarily going to be the only way you can view these games. I don't know. I guess that's kind of cool. I would be curious to see if they go like full on color. Like imagine like Wario Land with like full on color.
Yeah,
That would be freaking awesome.
That'd be crazy. That'd be crazy if they did that, but nah, I don't think it's gonna happen.
This is the most exciting thing out of the 3 topics of this video. You may disagree with me, but I don't care. Virtual Boy, all hail the Virtual Boy.
All hail the Virtual Boy.
Over half of the games on it are good titles, fun titles.
All hail the Virtual Boy.
Wrong if you don't
man, another 20 years and we'll be doing this for the Wii U. Like, all hail the Wii U. Yes.
But I mean, that's okay.
I did
You're
the
allowed
other
to
day,
have
so.
a differentiating opinion. What do you think about
Unreleased
the
games?
Boy?
Wow. I did not catch that when they were talking about it. Wow, that's crazy.
Announcement though. What do you think about the game lineup, and what do you think about the additional features that are being added to it?
That is really interesting. So we're getting imports and we're getting unreleased games. That is really actually pretty awesome. Like, this could be killer if they keep getting like all these weird like
comment section down below, pal.
Like obscure stuff. Hang on.
Next up, we got to talk about some game leaks, and no, I'm not talking about tied into the Nintendo Direct, which we'll talk about as the end topic of this video. However, they might be tied into the Nintendo Direct because these are Nintendo Switch Online games, and obviously, it's very weird how these games are distributed. You know, sometimes you get a whole variety of them, like we're seeing with the Virtual Boy. Sometimes it turns into a drip feed. Sometimes it seems like they forget about platforms such as the Sega Genesis. Like, add some Sega CD games to it. Like,
oh, come on.
Like, there's plenty of games left to add to it. But
there are no games on the Genesis. None.
Interesting marketing materials approved by Nintendo themselves. So we can get into a discussion about that, showcasing Nintendo Switch Online for the Switch 2 via the expansion pack and some of the games that you can play. And when you look at this graphic, it's kind of like, well, okay, you know, I'm down here in the bottom corner. Hi. You know, okay, you know, you got your Mario Land, Super Mario World, Mario Golf, Tetris. We know about all these games. What are we looking for here? Wait a minute. Pikmin 2? Well, Pikmin 2's not available on the GameCube. What happened here? Did the Walmart employee put Pikmin 2 on this graphic? Or is Nintendo just terrible at marketing and they keep doing weird stuff like the disjointed what do you want from me here?
Yeah, I'm curious if they're gonna keep the product placement in Pikmin 2 because it was re-released. It was removed from the new version on the eShop, but
yeah, so Pikmin 2 coming to Nintendo Switch Online. Okay, you know, it did have, of course, a remaster and stuff like that, so kind of a weird game. Donkey Kong Country, Super Mario Brothers 2, Super Mario 64, Yoshi, blah, blah, blah. Wait a minute. What is this? Metroid Prime 2 Echoes.
Wow, the worst Metroid Prime game.
That should already be out.
Oh,
Metroid Prime 4 is out on the system.
What are you
Metroid
talking
Prime
about?
1 is out on the system. Granted, that was a remaster, but it does indeed seem like Pikmin 2 and Metroid Prime 2 Echoes are coming to the Nintendo Switch.
Echoes has to be the worst subtitle ever.
Expansion pack.
So bad.
GameCube, of course. Now, you do get some upscaled resolutions and stuff like that. You do get some quality of life features. Obviously,
I'm surprised they didn't remaster it.
Same as like a full-on remake or a remaster or anything like that. It's essentially just upscaling via emulation. But it is interesting that like they're showing off these two GameCube games in something that is clearly a Walmart ad that Nintendo clearly approved of, and yet there's still GameCube games that were announced that haven't come out yet. Like, I know there's at least one I don't know if it's Gale of Darkness or Coliseum. I didn't play the Pokemon GameCube games.
Oh, come on.
One of them has been announced, and that's not out
Both
yet.
of them were announced, and both of them are Kino.
Maybe at the next Direct, like, there is the potential to learn about the next wave of GameCube games. Star Fox Adventures better be in that wave. But
oh, come on.
Nintendo's weird marketing has essentially leaked two games that are coming to NSO. Metroid Prime 2 Echoes is really cool if you've never played it. It's kind of darker than the rest of the games.
Okay. So I am not a big fan of. Okay, I think Metroid Prime 2 is probably the weakest Metroid Prime of the four. I think it has really weird pacing and there's like weird aspects to it. Um, and then Pikmin 2 is one of my least favorite Nintendo games ever. So I don't know. I don't understand why they keep pushing Pikmin 2 as like the definitive Pikmin game because the original is still way better.
In the series, and it's pretty challenging, actually. I would say that that's the hardest
Yeah, it is pretty
Metroid
hard.
Prime
Yeah,
game, at least in my opinion.
I
But I'm
agree. Yeah,
excited for this. You know, more
it's way
games
too
is always
fucking hard.
better. Still want to see Star Fox Adventures, but yeah. So Nintendo once again, kind of some strange marketing going on here with the. You remember they had the enlarged Switch 2 screen, and then they had the disjointed thumb. But hey, you know who's approving this stuff? You know what? This is Devin Pritchard. I'm just kidding, but yeah. So some leaks games. Let
Woke
me know what
Devin
you think
Pritchard.
about it in the
Oh
comment
no.
section down below. Would you be excited for these? And what GameCube games would you want to see? And finally, finally,
I'm
it's
surprised we
time
didn't
to
get Air
talk about
Ride,
this
honestly.
Nintendo Direct. Obviously, Nate the Hate made a video on it yesterday with MVG over on the Nate the Hate channel. I'll have a link to it in the description box down below. I do recommend you go watch that video. Lots of third-party and first-party games were discussed. But before we talk about some of those games, because I'm obviously going to leave some for Nate to cover as well, because I'm not going to cannibalize his video. He's a good guy. I talk to him every day. We do want to talk about the time frame of this because it does seem like it's going to be next week. A lot of people have February 5th circled on their calendars after this information came out. Lots of little birdies came out chirping about February 5th. So a lot of reputations are going to be on the line. Some of these people,
Like,
Force said,
these guys are wrong. Nothing happens. A lot of reputations are on the line. What are you talking about? Like, I have never seen any of these people be held accountable for like getting stuff like this wrong. Like, again, I never want to hear about like Nintendo leakers ever.
February 5th. I mean, the man obviously has some level of sources, so I'm kind of inclined to believe that, it can be February 5th, but, nothing is written in stone. I would like for it to be next week. The sooner the better, because the sooner we learn about more stuff and
The
more
5th
stuff to
is
talk about, it's kind of a nice thing
Thursday,
to have going
right?
on. But what about games that are going to be at this Direct? Some of the highlights include games like Expedition 33, The Dark Ages, Metaphor Refantasio,
Shit.
additional Yakuza games because
Bro. The instant Expedition 33 gets ported over, it's over. Like, nobody's talking about that game again. It's gonna be glorious.
We need more Yakuza games. All sorts of stuff. I think another game that can be there is going to be WWE 2K26 after the fantastic port of 2K25. It seems like
I was
the game's
actually
release date has leaked for March, and inside.
Yeah, they were promoting that on Raw today. Today when I was watching it. So I'm just kind of like, you know what? I think I might actually buy this. So like, we'll see how good WWE is.
Insiders are saying that it is going to be day and date on the Nintendo Switch 2. That was honestly a great version of the game. Like, I will never shut up about that because people play crappy third-party games, and people will play Madden and be like, "Oh, this is fine. This is fine with a fluctuating frame rate. It's great." But then you have a game like WWE 2K25 that's 60 frames per second, and it's like, what are we doing here? Now, as far as first-party games go, that's where things get interesting because Nate talks about some stuff such as Xenoblade Chronicles, a new Xenoblade game. Hopefully they do.
It's only been 3 years since
the pre-existing Xenoblade games. He did mention that more Switch 1 ports or Switch 2 versions of Switch 1 games are going to be coming. That is something Nintendo is
They're not ports because they are doing more with them.
I know it's been a weird thing with that because of the fact that it's like they're selling these Switch 1 games for $80. And I get that. But on the other hand, it's like just buy a used copy and then get the $20 upgrade. And it's like, yeah, you could have just released it for 60 or 70 with the Switch 2 version and been done with it. You could have put it on Nintendo Switch Online expansion pack for Switch 2 owners for some of these upgrades like you did with Zelda. But some of these updates are free. you know, like the Donkey Kong Country Returns one, which I did not talk about, but they added in content to that, yet that was free. So it's like, what happened? I thought that wasn't going to be the case. But the most interesting thing is Nate is predicting that a 3D Mario game is direct or potentially
Really?
teased or a little bit talked about. And
Yeah, I'm so sick of hearing about the 3D Mario thing. It's like we don't need a 3D Mario. Okay, like again, I really need to like reiterate this a lot. There are so many other games out there you can play. You don't need to obsess over like, oh no, it's been a decade since Mario Odyssey. Nobody cares. Like we just got Bonanza. It's great. You know, just play that more.
it's about damn time. It you don't understand, dude. It is 2017 was the last 3D Mario game. New 3D Mario game.
Wrong.
I'm
They
not
did
counting
Bowser's Fury.
3D Worlds port. Obviously, all the other ones have been 2D games. I'm not counting compilations. It has been since 2017 that we got a new 3D Mario game. It is beyond time. You know, I don't know how far along this game is. I don't know this, that, or the other about it. Obviously,
Well, that's
Donkey Kong
okay.
Bonanza was
Adorable.
kind of the 3D platformer that we got towards the launch of the Nintendo Switch 2. So there are lots of caveats with that, you know, as far as, you know, what the game's going to be. Is there going to be a new mechanic? Is it going to be an Odyssey 2? Or is it going to be a whole new idea? I don't really know. But what I do know is that I would like to see that there. Like, realistically speaking, I want to see at least one heavy hitter Nintendo game. You could do a little bit of filler here and there because some people resonate with filler. And
Well,
I want
filler.
to see third parties going
Man,
balls out on.
Okay. This is one of the things I've been speaking out about a lot. You need to stop calling B-list titles filler. Like you need to stop like saying that anything that isn't a 3D Mario or Zelda is filler. Like it's embarrassing, it's cringe, it's disrespectful. Shut up. I don't want to hear it. And actually, this is an interesting thing about Tamagotchi. Like Tamagotchi Life is getting written off as filler, when in actuality, it's actually a really, really, really going to be a very successful game. So it's just a cope from like people who don't understand these games.
This system, you know, Xbox is in a hole right now. Nobody's buying Xbox games or Xbox consoles. And you have to imagine that companies are looking at that. You know, they're looking at their games that are going to Xbox and being like, well, we might be able to sell more on the Switch too, because
a lot of them are.
Speaking,
a lot of them have
not
kneeled.
by the end of this year. By early next year, the Switch 2 will have outsold the Xbox Series platforms in a fraction of the time. So you might as well, you know, start focusing on that a little bit more if that's what you want. If you want to stick around in the console market, but I think this Direct will be interesting. You know, I think it really opens itself up, I should say, to a lot of potential surprises, a lot of interesting announcements. And I like these, you know, third-party games that come to the Switch too, because I like to see, like, you know, is there a drastic difference, or is it, you know, a good enough port? And, you know, ports have been kind of a little bit hit or miss, in my opinion, when it comes to the Switch 2 thus far.
Wrong.
Going forward, there needs to be a standard.
They've all been the best version of the game.
With these games, it's like you've had your development kits, you understand the hardware now. Let's get some better versions. And I'm primarily talking about Madden and 2K. If those games are not 60 frames per second on the Switch 2 for the upcoming seasons, I'm going to lose my mind. Anyways, guys, let me know what you think about that in the comments section down below, and that is what I got for you guys today. Obviously, a lot of interesting stuff, a lot of Nintendo stuff. You're a Nintendo YouTuber. What's going on with PlayStation? What's going on with Xbox that I can talk about?
Nothing, and yet you still have people like saying that the Switch 2 has no games. It's embarrassing. Okay, here we go. Did we miss a Nintendo Direct?
Hello there, lovely people. It's Alex from Nintendo Life here. Not only me, but also Mai. Hello, Mai.
Hello, you're right.
Oh,
Nice.
it's a time to be alive. Of course, it's January, and things are getting a bit weird on the Nintendo news side of things. So there have been a few updates recently. You know, Donkey Kong Country Returns got an update for Switch 2, making it, you know, high resolution, all that sort of thing. Introducing Dixie Kong, which was, don't get me wrong, a good thing, but just seemed to come out of nowhere. And not only that, we've also had like an update to Splatoon, which we knew.
I imagine that like they're trying to make Dixie Kong into a thing again. So they're bringing her back. She was in Bonanza. She was in the Mario movie. So like this is not unexpected. I think going forward they're gonna try and push Dixie as like a core member of the cast. Like when she's like, I love Returns, but like she was sidelined for a while there. Like she wasn't even in Dixie 64. Dixie was like a huge deal back in like DKC 2. Like super popular character. Like everyone loves Dixie Kong, and yet like she just never really like she didn't survive the era. The same could be true for Diddy to a certain extent, but like it feels like the characters are about to make a comeback. I would be shocked if they don't have like a major role in the Donkey Kong Country movie. So
New was coming, version 11.0, and that's bringing a load of big changes. There's a Tomodachi Life Direct happening later this week. We had a direct, and I mean that in the broadest possible sense, for the Super Mario Galaxy movie. It's making me feel, I honestly feel like everyone missed a direct. Like, all these little bits of information, like the Super Mario Bros. Wonder, all this information feels like it's just been taken out of a direct, and a direct that was supposed to happen.
I mean, people have been like talking about this, but like this is basically just like people complaining about like not getting a direct, basically. Like if this stuff wasn't a direct, you would see a lot of people like complaining about like how they're taking up space, filler basically. So yeah, these are good announcements, but like yeah, you can see why they're doing this. Animo will destroy Pokemon. Wow, I mean, I'm sure it will. Wow, another Power World clone. Wow, amazing. What riveting gameplay. Like this is like the equivalent of like having Mario run through like a field in Unreal Engine 4. Look at this. Oh no, it's gonna destroy Pokemon. It's gonna destroy Pokemon. Like this is the kind of shit that like people are saying is gonna beat Pokemon. It's like it has no style, it has no personality. It's just like a knockoff of other games. It's unbelievably cringe.
Nice.
Unbelievably cringe. Okay, let's go ahead.
Convince everybody.
Okay, we have an
Nintendo
hard video.
Can technically do a Nintendo Direct anytime the darn well please. And over the years there have been plenty of random, like especially earlier on, just kind of popping up at any old random time. But over the last like several years, they've really fallen into a good groove. They've got 3 times a year when they generally do their big Nintendo Directs, and they haven't really deviated from that in quite a long time. You've got February, June, and September. And among those, you have varying consistency. They don't always do 3 within a year. The way I see it, I've not dug through the entire history in a bit, but the way I see it, June is usually the first to go, like if they only want to do 2 directs in a year. June, that's the one they are most likely to skip, which makes sense, because, February, that gives them enough time to announce games for that year. They can come later in the year. And then September is a great opportunity for announcing games for the following year. June is just kind of like, if they've got enough to announce, then they'll do one in June. February, I think, is next on the chopping block. Generally, I want to say we've skipped a few Februarys here and there, and then September is like the most consistent one. Practically every year they do a September Direct. At the time of this recording, it is late January, and so we're just kind of holding our breath and waiting for an announcement of a February Direct. We're very much anticipating one, looking forward to one, certainly. However, I am
holy fucking shit, bros.
Just a little bit worried.
Hang on.
Worried that we.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh, hang on. Let's flip this off. Okay. So this is gonna be interesting. because we're going into like some aspects of Rekieta lore that I think a lot of people don't remember or talk about. Let's see. Look who's back. Look who is back. It is Mad Black Entertainment. Wow. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Mad Black has returned after like after threatening the lives of Nick Rekieta's children. He is back on YouTube doing his thing, complaining about Dragon Ball Super. Wow. So if you don't know, Mad Black is just some guy. He went on a live show with like Nick and Drexel. Like I believe this is like the first live show I ever saw of Nick Rekieta. One like it was the first or one of the first. Like I saw Nick Rekieta in like Dame Pesos, and then I watched a handful of streams, and that was actually the stream that made me a fan of just like seeing him, Drexel, and like Mad Black just like talk about like weird friend shit. Like it was kind of an amazing stream. And following that stream, Mad Black turned on Rekieta. And he had a meltdown. They confronted each other on the kill stream. Like at one point, like Mad Black threatened to kill Nick Rekieta's children. So yeah, it's kind of interesting that this guy is like back on YouTube. Like nothing fucking happened. Uh, Holy fucking shit, he has less subs than I do? Really? I don't know. Maybe he had to like delete his channel. I think he has like several channels or something, but man, that is crazy. That is crazy. Let's see, what is this Burger guy?
Is this thing on?
Wow. So like I think his wife and it left him. He's like white. Oh no. What a dork.
Man,
He's wearing a Spider-Man hat.
What up, fellas?
Just
Birthday tomorrow, so I decided I would do this today because I
What?
don't know if I'm gonna be on tomorrow. I gotta.
yeah, I don't think you're doing anything tomorrow, bro. I don't think that you're doing shit.
Um,
Man, he looks
I got
depressed, doesn't he?
to eat, take me here, take me there. So chances are I won't be streaming tomorrow.
He sounds depressed.
Plus, I didn't want to spend my birthday talking about these losers anyway.
These losers. What? Well, I didn't want to spend my birthday talking about these losers, but here you are talking about these losers the day before your birthday. Like, really?
I know your channel got deleted. I've been looking for you for months. Dude, I've been over on Rumble, man.
Rumble. Okay, so that's where he's been.
I've been gone for a long time, man. Long time.
Yeah.
But
So
I'm
he's back on
back.
YouTube.
The reckoning must continue.
The Reckoning?
Man, I've been sitting back the last day or so just looking at all the videos coming out. The lies being told. All these people suddenly got all this
Isn't this about Dragon Ball?
hidden information.
Isn't this about the,
know everything that's gonna happen. I'm just been
what? Isn't this supposed to be about Dragon Ball? And here he is, like immediately starting talking about like internet drama. Like, is he kidding? Is he delusional?
sitting back and I was like, so from that little announcement, they know everything's gonna happen. From the little bit of information that they received, now they got guys giving full details about every single thing that supposedly is gonna happen in this remake garbage. And
Yeah, it's like, yeah, this is like what, the fourth time they've remade Battle of Gods. I'm just like, really? Like, if people didn't go see it the first three times, why do you think remaking it the fourth is ever gonna? Like, I don't get it. Like, Dragon Ball, like, I love classic Dragon Ball. Like it's a classic series. I would never suggest people like continuing to support it like today because it is one of those franchises that's gone on too long. Okay, Harry Potter is kind of the same deal. It's probably the Western equivalent. Like, just let the series end. Okay, like you have plenty of follow-up series, you have plenty of like shows from like the same companies. Like, why keep milking Dragon Ball, other than the fact that Dragon Ball. I'm very concerned about what One Piece is going to look like when like that ends. I think in One Piece's case, it has a pretty conclusive ending, and that like there won't really be much of an interest in a continuation. Like I say that, but then they went ahead and produced Boruto, which is like the worst piece of shit ever. So like I'm very concerned that like Oda won't be allowed to like to end One Piece. You know, it's one of those things where like they'll just keep continuing it indefinitely because it's such an iconic brand. So like Dragon Ball is just, man, it's in this bad place right now. Like it's a zombie.
It's crazy. It's like they didn't give any information at this little event on the stuff that these dudes are reporting on. But they're reporting on it anyway because, you know. But you know what I think is the funniest thing of all? They're wasting all their bullets. If you waste all your bullets,
The unfortunate
right
choice of
now,
words
what
coming
you
from
gonna
this
talk
guy.
about in February, in March, April, in May, June, and July, August, September. What are you gonna talk about in all those months if you waste all your ammo right now? Because I don't think any of them have thought about that.
What?
I just been sitting back watching. They just repeating themselves over and over. Oh, Dragon Ball Super, blah blah blah, and it's every video. It's the same thumbnail, same bullshit, and I was just like,
I can't imagine how bad the
Dragon
Dragon.
guys go. Yeah, go team.
Okay, so like do what I do with like Nintendo content and just don't watch the videos. I don't get it. Like I have too much going on in my life to like watch Nintendo YouTubers off stream. Like the only reason I do it is for views essentially. You know, I did not do reaction content before I realized that like it would get me significantly more views than gameplay streams, right? So like for me, when it comes to like these kind of like low IQ annoying fans, don't watch them. Like watch people who are actually like willing to produce good high quality content, who will actually like kind of make good points and talk about things. Like you don't have to watch the clickbait content. Like you can choose not to click it.
Oh wait a minute, let's do this proper. Like, hey guys, I know we're all friends and stuff, guys.
What is he making fun of? Who is he making fun of?
I love you guys. Oh, somebody got mad at me yesterday, by the way, for that. They said there's nothing wrong with a community caring about each other. I said, yeah, it wouldn't be a problem if y'all actually cared about each other. I said, the truth is, nobody in this thing cares about anybody else. So when y'all go around pretending to care about each other, we all know it's bullshit.
I don't know. I think my audience
There
cares
ain't
about
a
me.
person in this Dragon Ball community that cares about anybody else.
What?
Everybody out for themselves and
I-
for how many views they can get.
What are you talking about? Are you
I'm just the
projecting?
only one honest about it. I'm the only
Oh,
one that
come
can tell
on.
y'all straight up. I don't
Nobody.
care about Dragon Gears.
Oh,
Don't.
what?
I'm 1000% coming
So-
on here to get views, try to make as much cash as I can off of it, and roast the hell out of fanboys.
Really?
I'm on here trying to trick y'all into thinking I love and care about you, because I certainly do not.
Wow.
Somebody wrote in my comment section, NBA certainly comes off as very unlikable. Good. You ain't here because you supposed to like me. You here for the content. Coming here because you like or dislike me is stupid. You come for the content.
Oh, come on.
No one said, hey, I need
What?
you guys to like me.
Yeah. Whoever heard of watching a content creator they like? Like, what a crazy concept. Like, oh, you don't like a content creator, you like the content they produce. Like, that's a needless distinction. It doesn't make any sense.
Fuck you. How about that?
Fuck you.
How about that like?
Oh no. How long until he starts
And
threatening
speaking
us?
of likes, put some likes on the video. Because you're not actually liking me, you're liking the content.
Isn't this about Dragon Ball?
Killing me with this stuff. You just seem like a very unlikable, mean person. Shut the hell up.
Yeah, he is. He's very unlikable.
I don't come on here because I like anybody.
Wait,
I come
what?
on here because I don't.
Because I don't.
They just cannot stand the honesty. I don't get it.
What? The honesty. What's he talking about?
What I need to do, like, hey guys, week, where I just come on and pretend to love and care about y'all every day. Should I do that for like a week just to see how?
Like, what are you talking about? Don't you appreciate your audience for coming in and watching your shows and like enjoying your content? That's not the same thing as like liking them as people or whatever, but like, I'm grateful for the people who buy my books and like support my channel and like, you know, like are there for me, right? Like that's a perfectly reasonable thing to have. Like again, it's not the same thing as like being friends or like, being family or anything, but like it doesn't really have to be like it's its own unique thing. It's like a basic human interaction that's unique to this medium. It's like, yeah, it's normal to care about other people, like not caring about other people makes you a sociopath, like it's just.
Let me show y'all about y'all community. I'm gonna give y'all a little demonstration about y'all community, because I want y'all to understand how full of shit y'all are about this.
We should do some Nick Ricetta reactions. Actually, it's been a while.
Y'all do. You guys know Techstar. Techstar has 819,000 subs. He has more than Eobard.
Who the fuck are these people?
A lot less time too. Goes to show you that Eobard's a fucking loser. But the whole time this guy kept his face off the screen and off the thumbnails, his channel would grow. The other day, he did a video, got like 46,000 views or some shit. Okay. He puts his face on the thumbnail. Now I want y'all to see this. This is the Dragon Ball community in a nutshell. This guy got 46,000 views the other day for a Dragon Ball video where his face was not on the thumbnail.
Well, who cares?
There was a video 2 days ago where he puts his face on the thumbnail. He got 3,200 views. And you know why?
So what?
Because of racism.
Oh!
Look how many subs he has. 800.
Racism? You're gonna blame racism for your view count? Like, are you serious? Like, oh, there's a black guy in the thumbnail, I'm not gonna click that. Like, not a single person has ever thought that in their lives. Like, are you serious? Racism. Like, I've seen them do this before, but it's like, it's this really weird thing where like they'll blame like being black for why they're not popular on YouTube. Like it's just like it's just really like that doesn't have anything to do with it. Okay, if you were a good content creator, you would naturally like be successful on the platform and build an audience and be successful. Like nobody is like complaining about you being black, okay? Like the closest I got to like calling you out for being black is the fact that like you literally call yourself Mad Black Entertainment. Okay? Like that's the closest I got to like brought it on yourself. It's because of your own behavior. Like, and again, like really, racism is responsible for my views. Like, fucking really.
And 19,000 subs. He only got 3,200 views out of that many subs because they don't want to see you if you have this skin color.
What?
In the
really?
Dragon Ball community, they don't want to see this.
Wow.
When these guys get behind avatars and hide behind screens, they get views. But as soon as they show their face, the views evaporate.
Yeah, this just seems like complete delusion. Like completely wrong. Like I guarantee you this is not true. Like I guarantee you this is a load of crap. Because aren't like the biggest streamers out there like right now black, like Kai Senate and like Speed and those guys. Like, yeah, obviously they're like, ops and like, they're not actually successful on their plants, but like they kind of debunk your entire argument simply by existing. You know what I mean? It's like people don't like the idea of people not clicking on anime. Isn't RDC World like an extremely successful channel based on like covering anime and like stuff like that? Like, you know, black owned channel, like with a bunch of black people, the blackest thing I've ever seen, right? That channel does really well. What are you talking about? That like people don't click on black Dragon Ball videos. It's just it doesn't make any sense.
Every time. Just more evidence of the racism that permeates throughout the Dragon Ball community. They do
Racism.
not like black people in this community.
What are you talking about?
Oh, and one more thing, guys. I haven't even gotten 2,000 subs yet.
Wow.
But look at this. I'm already getting more views than Blackscape. My last stream did better than both his most recent videos.
Wow.
Matter of fact, my last stream's still growing. Matter of fact, it's my first stream to hit 100 likes. Not to mention all the damn comments and all the subs that it done gathered too.
Fucking
I don't know
really?
what's going on with it?
Is he
But
serious?
For some reason, people are clicking on that motherfucker.
Yeah, 100 likes. Wow, that's crazy. You're blowing up.
This dude has.
I thought people weren't supporting you because you were black.
445,000 subscribers. Here I am with less than 2,000, and I'm already getting more views than him. I told y'all this community is destroyed. Yeah, guys, hit the
So
like
he has
button
not.
for me.
He has not been talking about Dragon Ball.
It's enough people here to start slapping.
He's
the
talking
like
about
button.
channel like views
That's
and like the
embarrassing.
community.
Yes, that is pretty embarrassing. To have a channel the size of his and you can't even get, you know, roughly 1,000 people to come watch you. Like, that's his average right there, guys. That's his average. He's averaging around 1,000 views a video with that many people sub to his channel. It's absolutely disgusting.
Well, he probably has like one really successful video
And
that
of
like
course, they'll
got a
probably
bunch of
blame it on
subs. That's
me.
normal.
It's
That's normal.
NBA's fault. He did something to my channel. You know how it
What?
goes. I don't even care at this point.
What? So are you accusing yourself of being a racist for like
Yeah, if y'all want me to
stopping
show
this
y'all
guy's
proof
views?
about Techstar,
What is he talking about?
here's a video he did a day ago. You notice his face is not on the thumbnail. But look how many views he got for this one. 19,000.
Who the fuck cares?
So when he added his face to the thumbnail, it dropped down to 3,000 views. If he ain't figured out yet that they don't like black people, he never will. As long as he keeps his face off the thumbnails, his channel does okay. But every time he show his face, his views drop.
Yeah,
And
he
we
says
know
this,
'cause
but he's bragging about his own view count while showing his face. So like, doesn't he debunk his own argument? Like, oh man, they don't watch your channel because you're black. Like, what? What is he talking about?
some of the people that used to follow him came to my channel with that racist shit. These dudes never learn, man. This is why I don't placate. This is why I don't bow down and pretend to love and care about these dudes. Because I know how they feel about me. I know they don't like me because I'm black. I know they don't like me because of my age. I know they don't like me because of the things that I say. You know how many times I've been attacked for my age between yesterday and now?
Bro, you were getting...
All you dudes, you 19, 20-year-olds, y'all think y'all gonna be young?
What? This guy... I don't know, man. Like, he's said and done some extremely questionable things. Like, if you don't know why I'm reacting to this, just okay. So, like, this guy again threatened the lives of like Nick Rekieta and his family, right? Like, he was gonna get someone from Miami to come up to like Minnesota or like shoot them up or something. Like, that happened. Okay, was it Miami? I don't know. The Crips. Again, I don't know anything about gangs because I'm white, but Yeah, so this guy has said and done like all this messed up stuff, and he's sitting there being like, "Oh yeah, I don't know why they hate me, bro. I don't do anything. I just say it how it is." Like, no, like that's not why people don't like you.
Forever.
It's just a cope.
Y'all don't even understand. It's a privilege. It's an honor for me to make it to 49 years old. With the life that I was living, I should have been dead 20 years ago.
Oh, come on. Yeah, I was a
The
hardcore
fact that I
crip.
made it this far and got kids and a
Oh,
life outside the internet,
kid.
it is a
Kids,
privilege.
life, no
When
wife.
guys come, oh, you're old. Well, I hope you make it one day. I hope you get some kids. I hope you grow up. I hope you wean yourself off of cartoons.
What what
See, I
wean
talk about this stuff in a passive way.
wean yourself off your cartoons when he's doing a fucking Dragon Ball stream? Like, what's he talking about? Like, what's he talking? He's 49 years old, and he's doing some crazy like drama stream about like, man, he's older than Review Tech USA. This guy is 49 years old, almost 50, and he's talking about like a Dragon Ball show. Like, he's like, what? Like, oh yeah, he's getting mad at like 19-year-olds. Yeah, for comparison's sake, like, the reason I don't talk about Demish is that like he's so much younger and like immature that like I really can't take him seriously. You know what I mean? Like, I've gone on record about this. Like, this guy is complaining about people like 30 years younger than him. And it's just unbelievable.
Wait, I don't care about it. Hey, I really don't. It's just something to get views off of. I have zero emotional attachment to it. And guess what? People know that. They know that I don't care. They
Wait.
know I don't give a fuck about Dragon Ball, and they still come and watch me anyway.
Wait.
But
You don't give a fuck about Dragon Ball. And yet you're doing a stream with like Goku in the background talking about the Dragon Ball community, talking about views. Like, he did this in the Kick Vic saga too, where he came on the Rekieta show and he's like, "Oh, I don't care about Vic Mignogna. I don't take sides. I'm a crip. I'm too hard." Like, what is he talking about? Like, obviously he cares. Like, what is he talking about? Like, oh, I don't care about Dragon Ball, while I do my Dragon Ball stream with Goku in the background holding a giant glowing Dragon Ball, right? like I don't care about Dragon Ball. Like, who are you trying to fool? You obviously care. You obviously care.
you people that actually care about Dragon Ball, they don't want to watch y'all. Because don't nobody want to see the, hey, yes. Nobody wants to see that.
What?
So you ones that's in love with it, y'all doing everything y'all can to show how much y'all care about Dragon Ball, and people are rejecting y'all. I don't give two fucks about Goku, and
What?
they still come to see me.
What?
I understand. Maybe
What a
they
cope.
care personally about it. I don't know.
What a cope.
But I'm just giving the news. When have you seen a news reporter give two fucks about a story they were reporting
What?
on?
What news? What news are you breaking? Like, you've been sitting here for 15 minutes just complaining about other people, talking about views, talking about how much you don't care. You have not talked anything about actual news. Like, nothing even resembling news. Like, it's just like, what is he doing? What? Who is he trying to
fool?
fool?
Watch the news. They just reading off a script. They
Yeah,
don't
so
give a fuck about the actual story they read.
that's
because
their
it don't
job.
affect their life. And that's the way I treat Dragon Ball. I don't care about this. That's why when people was like, how did you feel when Toriyama died? I ain't feel shit.
What?
Fuck him and fuck you too.
What? Wow.
What am I supposed to feel for a dude I never met, don't know shit about?
Done.
How does that work?
How does that work? Yeah, how dare you miss somebody
How do I
who
come on here and pretend to
an
love
industry
about
legend.
dudes I've never met and don't know shit about?
What are you talking about? You know his work. You obviously care about his work. Like, oh, I don't care about him. Yes, you do. Like, you are in denial. Like, I just don't get it. I don't get it.
Kind of games, y'all. Y'all know better than that. So all you ones that come at me with the, oh, you don't care about us. Well, yeah, good. You figured it out. NBA's just in it for views. Yeah, we all are.
Yeah, sure,
Every
whatever, bro.
attack y'all hit me with, it applies to every single person that makes content on this website.
No, it
Everybody's running
doesn't.
for views.
No, it doesn't.
Everybody's trying to make money.
No.
Everybody's trying to get their content out there for more
No.
and more people. Everybody is trying to milk the algorithm. Everybody wants likes. Everybody wants comments.
What?
So this whole NBA is doing it for views. You damn
What?
right. Who the hell turns on a camera and don't want people to watch? Like, you think anybody turns on the camera and says, "Man, I really hope nobody shows up today"? You guys are idiots.
Well,
the arguments that y'all use against me are just plain old dumb because it applies to even people that you like.
no, it doesn't
Everybody
actually.
throws up videos.
So,
that he
like,
don't want y'all to look at.
when you're doing something like it's almost like that thing where, like, you know, liberals do that. It's like, this game, this series has politics in it, so that means it has political themes. So anti-wokesters want to get rid of it. No, you fucking retard. When anti-wokesters say they don't want politics in things, it means they don't want woke propaganda, right? This is the same kind of argument. When people are complaining about you doing it for views, it's complaining about clickbait, it's complaining about your attitude, it's complaining about how confrontational you are, how ridiculous you are, how you don't care about the subject matter. You know, all of these things matter, okay? Like, all of those things matter. And, like, you, like, sitting there and trying to say, like, well, everyone's like this, everyone wants views, everyone wants to do this. Like, that isn't true. Because, like, other people care about, like, what they're doing. They care about how they conduct themselves. They care about the communities. They care about the franchises they're talking about. You know, they don't sit there and, like, try and, like, make themselves sound as if they're, like, above it all and that they're, like, some, insightful person. You know what I mean?
Them. You think Mastar Media puts up videos because he don't want you to look at them? Of course, we all in it for views. I'm just the one that's honest enough to tell you I'm in it for views, and I don't care about your stupid cartoons. See, I don't have to pretend to like it because I'm gonna still
Cartoon.
get mine anyway.
It's an anime.
Now, they'll come on, scrape and beg and ask y'all for views, and then they'll pretend to care about it at the same time. Mastar Media hasn't been talking about Dragon Ball in like a year. All of a sudden, he doing Dragon Ball videos again.
What?
Whoa, what a coincidence.
Yeah, because they made it a major announcement. I'm sure that has nothing to do with it.
I thought you was a One Punch channel. Now you a Dragon Ball channel
What?
again?
Oh, yeah, there's no overlap between One Punch Man and Dragon Ball. None. Like, they have nothing to do with each other. Like, what are you talking about? Like, what are you talking about?
Oh, yeah, because it's convenient.
What?
Yeah. Yeah, there's a reason to talk about it all of a sudden. That's what I love about these dudes, man.
Like, how is this a Dragon Ball stream? How is this a Dragon Ball stream?
Yeah, they got to milk the ball masters. Exactly. He can give two flying fucks about Dragon Ball. Suddenly, he's a Dragon Ball fan again. This dude completely stopped doing Dragon Ball content. Now he's doing it again. Come on, man. We all know what this is. We all know what this game is, and I'm just playing it right along with everybody else.
What are you talking about? What is he talking about?
My new girlfriend is taking me to dinner tomorrow, and she paying for it, and we just met.
We just met.
I work fast. Pimping ain't easy, man.
Pimping ain't
But
easy.
when you got them skills.
Wow. You get so many bitches,
all
bro.
You young boys talking, oh, you're old. I sure am. I'm still pulling them, though.
Sure you are.
Sure you are. Them.
Anybody can hire a prostitute,
Anyways,
bro.
Let's listen to this. I ain't even finna get into the girls or relationship stuff. Had enough people get mad at me. I thought this tweet was supposed to be about Dragon Ball. Why you talk about girls? Because you know they hate hearing about girls. You know how many dudes came in my comments complaining that in that stream, we was talking about women, and so many dudes got mad because we were talking about women. Like, we was talking about relationships and all this and that. And so many of them got so upset. Oh, I thought we supposed to be talking about Goku and Vegeta while we talk about girls. Because y'all need to hear about girls. Y'all losers.
Much to our surprise, yesterday they revealed that they are remastering Dragon Ball Super Battle of Gods in anime format, and it's coming out this year in 2026. I don't think a lot of people really expected this, but yeah, they're going to remaster it. As far as why, I have a few explanations.
I thought it was a full-on remake.
That, if you need to know why, because you guys are idiots and y'all are going to sit back and accept it. That's just like when people complain about Madden football on PlayStation and why it sucks every year. Well, let's see, because they know as soon as they say Madden is coming out, the same people go buy it every year.
Mm-hmm.
The reason why Call of Duty is turned into a terrible game, because they know the same people are going to go out and buy it every year.
Yep.
They know it's a bad game. They know it's fucked up. They know the online doesn't work. They know the multiplayer is fucked up. But they know the same people are going to buy it. The same people who say they're not going to buy it are the ones that go out and buy it first. They the ones that'll stand in line at midnight to get the first copy. They the ones that'll buy the collector's editions. Well, that's the same thing with Dragon Ball. They're remaking this for the 5th time or 4th or 12th. I don't even know at this point how many times they've remade this. But they're remaking this because they know y'all are going to pay for it. They know y'all are going to fucking log on the Crunchyroll to watch it. Yeah, so that's the reason. Simple.
Like, it's not hard to have a Crunchyroll certificate now.
Why they're remaking this. Because idiots will sit down and watch it. That's why.
Number one, I believe they're trying to reinvigorate Dragon Ball and the story of Dragon Ball Super leading up through the entire Dragon Ball Super story.
They're not trying to reinvigorate nothing. If they want to reinvigorate the fan base, then make a brand new anime that has nothing to do with Super. That's how you reinvigorate the fan base. You make a brand new anime that no one's ever seen before. You don't remake Battle of Gods for the 3rd or 4th time. That's not how you reinvigorate. No, actually what they're doing is bumming people out by making this shit again. Because I've been looking at the comments, all the fanboys are hyping it up. But if you read the comments in their videos, people are saying stuff like, why do we need Battle of Gods again? Why can't we just go straight to the Granola arc? Why can't we go straight to Galactic Patrol? Why do we have to sit through Frieza again? Why do we have to do all of this stuff again? Why can't we just go right to what we all been waiting for? Oh, by the way, you're not getting Granola until forever. Like 2028, 2029, something like that, maybe 2030. Man, they got y'all absolutely played. They suckered the shit out of y'all, man. Look, it has been a while, but I got to get a Toei, Shueisha, Capsule Corp Tokyo.
He doesn't care about
Morty slow clap of the day.
He doesn't care about Dragon Ball, and yet he knows everyone directly involved with the production of the series. Suisha, Toei, like literally everyone. I'm surprised he didn't like name drop Sasuke, Toriyama.
They absolutely bent y'all over and gave y'all the Fleece Johnson special. They absolutely tear y'all booty holes up. And y'all keep listening to these stupid fanboys that keep telling y'all how great this is. Tell me how great it is in July when you still sitting around with no Dragon Ball. Yeah, you're going to get a remake, but it still ain't going to be to the end of this year. So your actual fun doesn't start till the end of this year.
So, like, you'll just watch other shows and do other things. Like, so what? Like, I have to wait for the Mario movie, so what?
So while y'all busy clapping it up like seals right now, what y'all gonna be doing in February, March, and April when there's nothing to talk about?
Does he think that, like, Dragon Ball fans only watch Dragon Ball, that they don't watch other things? That you can't be a fan of, like, one thing and, like something else? That's not how this works.
Y'all gonna keep rehashing that event that happened in January? Of course, because we know the fanboys milk every second of everything. So we're gonna have them going back and looking at that event over again multiple times until they can figure out what else to do with their channels. And you know what killed me? Eobard was talking shit the other day because he got 100,000 views on a video. You know, that's the first time that's happening for him in like 7 years. And it only happened because they did an event in Japan. That's the only reason he got that many views. It's not because of his content, because once the event ended, his views went back down to normal. So whoop-de-doo. You managed to do something you should have already been doing because you have 789,000 subs. You should have already been getting 100,000 views, you dickhead. Congratulations. You finally reached your normal level of views. Too bad they went back down again. As grade A Underhay would say, you dickhead, you bastard. How you gonna sit up and brag about getting something you supposed to be getting every day? If you just base it off of the percentages of the channel, like my channel has 1,600 subscribers. My streams have been averaging anywhere from 1,500 to 2,000 views. That means I'm ahead of schedule. 70% of the people that watch me are subscribed. I looked at my analytics today. 70% of the people that watch me are subscribed. Most people, they don't even get 50% of their subscribers to watch. I got 70% of mine watching. That's how you build a channel. Every day I see videos, somebody said, well, 80% of you guys who watch me aren't subs. That's because you suck balls. You got to give them a reason. I got 100,000 views on my video. You should be getting 300,000 with that many subs. Your channel is literally a crater.
So that as soon as this anime is done, they can jump right into the moral arc animated, giving us essentially.
Well, you remember what he said on my stream on my other channel. If y'all haven't seen it, he talked about reclaiming his throne in 2027. Even just hearing myself say it, it sounds hilarious.
Years of continuous Dragon Ball coming up. From now until maybe even 2030, we should pretty much be getting non-stop Dragon Ball. However, they have released some more information on this project on the official website, and they said that they've been working on this for years. They started it a few years ago, and that this is a...
Okay, that makes this even worse. Do you guys understand that makes it even worse? So a few years ago, when they could have been starting up a brand new Dragon Ball, they wasted all the time, money, and resources remaking an old one. So this literally makes it worse. The news that they started doing this remake 2 years ago makes this worse. You spent the last couple of years remaking some old shit instead of making some new shit. Thank you for making this even worse. And you know what? This enhanced version, it still don't even look as good as the movie. So why even bother enhancing it if you ain't gonna bring it all the way up to movie quality? If you're not gonna bring it up to Broly level when it comes to the image on the screen.
Okay, he doesn't care about Dragon Ball,
give a shit about the Broly
but he can
movie.
tell.
It's still good. I just don't care about Dragon Ball. But I'm not gonna shit on something that's actually good. Unlike most.
Wait a minute. So he doesn't give a shit about Dragon Ball, and yet he can tell you which movies are not only good and which movies are bad, but he knows enough about them where he can talk about the animation quality specifically. You know, something you would never notice unless you watched it with like an autistic sense of detail. Like, I don't care about Dragon Ball. Like, who are you fooling?
People on here, I give stuff its credit if it's deserved. Broly was good, and it looked good, and it sounded good. if you're not going to bring this anime to that level of quality, then why waste the money and time and resources? And they've been doing this, they've been working on this for a couple of years, but they still using the same scenes from the original anime. We already looked at the side by side, so we know they're using the same scenes from the original anime. So you took 2 years just to give us the same old shit all over again. And they think reporting this makes this sound better. He said, this is like the MCU making an Avengers Infinity War remaster, but making the movie more saturated and adding Thanos at the end of the title. Exactly. And changing it to Dragon Ball Super Beerus, they just didn't want to call it Kai, which is what it really is. That's all. So what they're doing is each individual part is going to have its own name. Like the next one going to be Frieza, you know, and then the next one going to be Universe 6. They're separating it like that because they don't want to just call it Dragon Ball Kai, which is what it is. It's cool. We don't even expect y'all to call it that. We're calling it that because we know what this shit is.
Newly enhanced version of the anime Dragon Ball Super, enhanced by the latest visual expressions.
And listen to Matt start placating to the fan base. I remember when this dude actually had courage. I think since the last time he talked to me, his courage done disappeared because he done went right back to kissing the fan base's ass again. The last time I talked to this dude, he literally had no fucks to give when it pertained to the fans. He wasn't scared of them. He was telling them.
I think we've seen enough. I find this fascinating, honestly. I'm sorry if nobody else agrees with me. I don't know. I definitely, I thought it was interesting, honestly, the way he like spurgs out about everything. Like he hasn't changed at all in like the past 8 years. Like he was like this too back in the Ricada days. Like, oh, I don't give a shit. I don't care. Like, man, it's crazy how little he's changed. Like Ricada's changed a lot in comparison, but this guy. This guy is better than you, Harman. Wow. Yeah. Way to say, way to admit you don't know anything about this individual. Okay. Okay. Let's see here. We were at Arlo.
We might not get one in February. I'm not super worried. I'm not like trying to tell you like we're definitely not. It's just a bit. I'm just getting a little bit anxious here because historically, anytime we have been approaching one of those months where we would anticipate a Nintendo Direct, generally if Nintendo starts giving us new trailers for games or especially like reveals of games or like just kind of anything that could have waited for a Direct, if they start just randomly dropping these things, pretty consistently it generally does mean we're not getting a Direct.
What? That is not true. Not fucking true. What's he talking about? They've been doing this for a long time. Like, again, this is nothing new for them. And, like, Arlo is just trying to make up this fan fiction. Like, oh, yeah, if they stealth drop things without doing a Nintendo Direct, that means they're not going to do one. No, you fucking idiot. It means they're getting a lot of the smaller announcements out of the way before the Nintendo Direct. So
I want to say each time we've been like, uh-oh, they gave us these new trailers instead of waiting for a Direct. Does that mean we're not getting a Direct? It has meant that we were not getting a Direct. Again, I don't have the entire history open before me right now. I'm not a...
What? You don't have the entire history before you. You didn't research it, and if you did, you would know that that wasn't true. That is a code.
I don't study these things, but it really does seem to be the case, pretty much all the time.
Wrong.
And so right now, we are anticipating a Direct in February, and yet Nintendo's been kind of doing that. They've been dropping some stuff on us that they technically could have waited for. Just within the last week or so, we've gotten a good number of surprise announcements. You know, even just today, They gave us details about the big update coming to Splatoon 3, and it's actually going to be a lot more substantial than we thought. I'm about to record a whole video on that, like some actual changes to the gameplay itself. Last week, they gave us a surprise update for Donkey Kong Country Returns HD, which, you know, updated it for Switch 2, but then also, like, added in some content and fixed the base game and added Dixie and all this stuff. And I am doing a video in the next. But then there's the Life Direct coming in like a couple of days. And then a couple of weeks ago, they gave us a new trailer, or basically like a bigger reveal trailer, an overview trailer for Mario Tennis Fever. It's really hard.
Like a decade-old shitty Nintendo of America. Yeah, we haven't seen Trent in forever. Yeah, what happened to him? I think he's like Miyamoto's personal translator now, or
for me to remember that name. I don't know. It's just Mario Tennis Ultra Aces. I don't know. So yeah, it is a little bit weird, and it's a little bit worrisome. That is a pretty darn good number of like trailers and updates and pieces of news that they maybe could have saved for a full direct.
Wrong.
And you know, any given year, a missed direct is, you know, just disappointing. Just as a fan, you know, we want all the Nintendo Directs we could possibly get. We love our yummy game announcements. So anytime we don't get one and we gotta like wait for the next slot,
just like we are getting game announcements right now. What are you complaining about, really?
You know, it's a bit of a bummer. But I more than anything right now, it's not just about like me wanting a direct. It's more this feeling that Nintendo really needs one. They really need one right now. They didn't really convince everybody, like software-wise, last year. You know, I mean, it's this endless discussion. Like they're trying to convince everybody to get a Switch 2.
Okay, so this is actually why I wanted to react to this video. This idea that Nintendo needs a Nintendo Direct because they don't have any games. Like, it's completely retarded, honestly. Like, we have tons of games to play already. There's plenty of stuff coming out. There's plenty of stuff that's been announced. You know, they can drop a Nintendo Direct at any time. Like, what is this cope that we need to have one right now? Like, there's really no reason for it, and these guys are just, like, seething about nothing. And it's just...
And they did, like, pretty good. There were a lot of notable releases. But there are just a lot of people who are just kind of waiting for more. You know, there are people who are waiting for, like, the really big games that make it just like, easy and obvious to get a Switch 2. And
Mario Kart World,
I talked about in plenty of other videos, I do think Pokemon Gen 10 is going to be revealed probably in February, Pokemon Day, and that will be a big deal. But like Nintendo themselves, like they really do need to announce some stuff. And we do have a
why? Well, you can't just brush aside Pokemon like that. Like, Nintendo themselves need to announce shit. Like, they have Fire Emblem. They have Tamagotchi. They have Rhythm Heaven. Like, they have a Nintendo Direct for Tamagotchi this week. And, like, Arlo's sitting here being like, oh, Nintendo needs to do stuff themselves. Like, they don't have enough system sellers. Like, Tamagotchi Life is bigger than all of your favorite games, Arlo. Like, shut up.
Games that have been announced for 2026 already, there just aren't any really big ones. You know, maybe Splatoon Raiders will end up being a bigger deal than I think.
Oh, come on.
But even then, like, we need to know more about the game. Just like
already he's really downplaying our Splatoon Raiders.
But like, I don't know.
Wow.
It feels like right now we need big Nintendo announcements more than ever. I'm talking about it.
More than ever? Are you serious? Okay, so like, what Arlo is admitting here is that the audience would not be satisfied by anything, and so Nintendo needs to just come out and make all these crazy announcements and like hype everyone up. Like it's stupid that he thinks this. Like, it really is genuinely dumb that he believes this.
Coming video, I think they're probably in for a fairly rough 2026. Not like a disastrous one. You know, I'll never believe that the Switch 2 was going to be like a failure or whatever. I just think it might be a bit of an uphill battle.
No.
I think this year might be a little bit hard for them. So
no.
we really are just waiting for the big announcements. So like they need one in February, especially if missing February means we won't get one until June. It's just like, what are you doing? Like, what are you doing? We need the games. You got to bring the games. A lot of us are just kind of holding our breath.
You can look at the release schedule for Switch 2 right now, and you can see a bunch of games coming out. You know, Final Fantasy VII R is killing it right now, right? You know, we're getting Dragon Quest next week, Yakuza 3, like not next week, next month. You know, Dragon Quest 3, Dragon Quest 7, Yakuza 3, you know, Tales of Berseria. There's a lot of games in February and March coming out, okay? So this idea that, like, we need the games, like, Arlo, shut the fuck up. Like, just shut up.
Just waiting for that February Direct and seeing what they announce. So, like, the idea that they might not, because now they're giving us these trailers and things, yeah, it's a little bit worrisome. Now, on the positive side, I really do think that it could be that all of these announcements have been kind of strategic. You know, it's not like they have given us like a random game reveal. That's when you definitely know there's not going to be a direct. If they give you a trailer for like a brand new game that's not been announced, that usually does mean something. Speaking of Splatoon Raiders, they revealed that randomly in June. And guess what? We didn't have a direct in June. We didn't really need one because in April we had basically had a gigantic Nintendo Direct. But I don't know, it's just kind of an example. And we haven't really had that here. We've had mostly just like updates for previously announced games. And again, like Tomodachi Life is getting its own direct. The way I see it, the reason that there is still hope is that, okay, Tomodachi Life is a Switch 1 game. And it's getting its own direct, but that could just be because they want to talk about it a lot. I understand why they'd want to give it a direct. And so they just don't want to spend a lot of time in a regular direct. And even in the past, we saw this thing where, like, when the Switch first launched, Nintendo did do a lot of directs and presentations kind of just focusing on the Switch. They didn't want to talk about the 3DS. Even the June 2017, that legendary presentation, it was all about Switch. And they actually, I mean, they announced Samus Returns, like, randomly during, like, E3 stuff, like, or during, like, a Treehouse live stream. It's because the 3DS was just not even on the table. And I know it's a little bit different with Switch and Switch 2 because it still is this kind of, like, integrated ecosystem. But it is at least possible that right now they're going to start like having this distinction. And that's why, even though just now we got an update for DKCR HD, well, that's a Switch 1 game. Splatoon 3, that's a Switch 1 game. Tomodachi Life is getting a dedicated direct, but that's a Switch 1 game. So it could just be they're getting that stuff out of the way so that they can give us a direct in February that is focused.
I love this cope. Like, that's just a Switch 1 game. Like, as if these games don't have visual upgrades and new features on Switch 2. Right? Like, this cope really needs to die. Especially when it comes to brand new games that are launching on both platforms. Right? Like, oh, that's not a Switch 2 game. It's also on Switch 1. Like, I don't want to hear it. Shut the fuck up. This is like one of those things that like we really do need to call out as just being ridiculous.
This distinction, and that's why, even though just now we got an update for DKCR HD, well, that's a Switch 1 game. Splatoon 3, it's a Switch 1 game. Tomodachi Life is getting a dedicated direct, but that's a Switch 1 game. So it could just be they're getting that stuff out of the way so that they can give us a direct in February that is focused entirely on Switch 2. That is very possible. But Arlo, what about Mario Tennis? Why did they just give us a big, just like a few weeks ago, right? Why did they give us a big trailer for Mario Tennis Fever? Why did they not just wait for the direct? Well, I would say that it's because that game is going to launch on February 12th, which is a Thursday about mid-month. And like, historically, that's pretty much exactly when
February
we would
12th.
expect to get a direct. Like if I had to guess that Wednesday or Thursday, the 11th or the 12th, like if I had to guess when they would do a February direct, I would say around there. And so obviously they need to market the game before that time. They can't wait until then to market the game. They always do different like stages of marketing. So they did that trailer, and then definitely leading up to launch, they'll do a launch trailer.
Starbucks Zero was so much fun, man.
I'm sure, you know, it may
so much fun.
may even get a direct on that same day. They'll
So
definitely
much better than Slop, like Ace Combat 7.
They gave us this trailer a couple of weeks ago. So if we look at all of that, I think that may be enough to explain all of this. And we could easily still get a February direct. And there's even a rumor going around. Nate the Hate loves dropping rumors, juicy little rumors about Nintendo Directs. And he claims that he has heard we're going to get a direct next week, in the first week of February. However, he did also say that he's not been able to confirm this with his best sources. I guess he has varying degrees of like trustability with his sources. I really don't know. I still don't even know why or how he has sources. I don't know. But it is a rumor. Somebody out there has heard that there's going to be one next week. Yeah, even earlier than I would generally expect. So it is still totally possible. It absolutely is. I think the reason I'm still just slightly nervous is it's like, even if I can look at all of these recent announcements and things and like figure out why they may be okay, there is just still no doubt that there have been a lot of them. And that just still makes me nervous. You know what I mean? It just, no matter what, I'm conditioned. This is a conditioning thing. In the past, generally, when they give us these announcements leading up to a direct, we don't get the direct. So even if I can probably explain some of these, it's still just like this little seed, this little tiny seed of worry. It's the conditioning combined with just the very high stakes. Very high stakes. Nintendo just really, really needing a Nintendo Direct right now to announce some games. The September Direct announced a bunch of games, but it still just did not announce games that were like big ones. The big ones that we're waiting for. It was just kind of like a bunch of like more like medium games. Which
nobody fucking cares, Arlo. We already got our big games with Bonanza and Mario Kart World. Enough with this bitching about like games not being on that level. Like, you know, the $80 games. Like, nobody wants to hear it, Arlo. Like, nobody wants to hear it. Yeah.
Which is fine. Love those kinds of games. They just don't generally move systems in the same number.
Wrong. Tamagotchi Life is huge. It's going to be bigger than Bonanza, probably.
And then even then, like, there are a lot of these games that we do need more info on. We need to know anything about Splatoon Raiders. We need info on Fire Emblem. Like, we do need info. Yes, they could just give us this info in random trailers and announcements and things like that. We don't necessarily need a direct, but you just add it all together. All these games that need updates, some of which we don't even know what they are yet, Nintendo really needing to bring the games. It would just be a really particularly bad time for them to skip a direct. And I know they can't just like magically materialize games out of thin air. If they don't do a direct at any given time, it's because they didn't have enough to announce. It's as simple as that. You can't like force them to have things to announce. But that's why we just kind of have to hope, and we have to hope that if they do a February Direct, they bring one or two of those games, because they really need them right now. It's the beginning of the generation. Last time, we just saw like presentation after presentation, announcing game after game after game. They'd been building up. They had so much to give us. So now it's just like, okay, you've been building up. If anything, the Switch 2 launch was delayed, and we've heard about.
Come on, yeah, the Switch 2 was delayed, Cope again. Unbelievable. Okay.
Splatoon 3 again, and it seemed that this was just going to be another like basic, balance and stability patch. There's like a million different weapons and things. There's always something that can be tweaked. But the update goes live in 2 days at the time of this recording, and they just gave us the patch notes, and it seems that this update is a lot more substantial than anyone expected. This is actually bringing some pretty major changes to the gameplay itself. They're introducing something called Flow Aura, which is basically if you rack up enough kills with it, splats within a short enough period of time, then you start to glow, and it like raises your stats. I'll just read it here. Players will now gain a Flow Aura when they do well in battles, such as when they defeat opponents consecutively within a short period.
Yeah, Splatoon 3 is still relevant even after all this time. But yeah, I'm making dinner, so I'm gonna be going on break in the
Of time.
in the next
flow
10
aura
minutes.
lasts for a short amount of time. While a player's flow aura persists, its duration will be extended slightly whenever they defeat an opponent or their teammates defeat an opponent they damaged.
I need to play more
cool,
Splatoon 3. We need to play it.
Land a splat, even if you just got like one hit on them. If your teammate splatted them, that's pretty cool. When a player gains a flow aura or extends the duration of their flow aura, the ground at the player's feet will be inked with their color. While a flow aura persists, the run speed up, swim speed up, ink resistance up, and intensify action abilities will be applied. Continuously getting assists with your allies or inking territory during battles will make it more likely to gain a flow aura when defeating opponents. So even just inking the terrain really well will like make you more likely to enter a flow aura. So that's already really substantial. That seems like the kind of thing that you would introduce with like a new game, like a new like numbered title, not just in this like random update. That's kind of a big deal. I'll talk about it specifically more in a minute here. But other stuff being updated. Another very, very big change, especially after all these years. When an ally or opponent has taken damage, that player's approximate remaining health will now be displayed. Health bars. We're getting health bars. Opponent's remaining health will display for approximately 3 seconds immediately after taking damage. When the main part of an opponent's body is not visible, such as when they are behind terrain or swimming in ink, their remaining health will not display. When things like thermal ink or the point sensor are revealing an opponent's position, their remaining health will display, even if the player cannot see them. So yeah, health bars in Splatoon. Okay, there you go.
Yeah, it's interesting how they've kept this game relevant over the past several years, because the narrative was that like nobody cared about this game and that it failed, but like it's actually very, very popular, and I feel like there are a lot of people that have been like seething about that for a long time. Let's see. Uh, let's see. Oh yeah, I wanted to do the Carl Jopes thing about like the Pokemon cards. I think we'll have to like make a note of that, doing that tomorrow. Pokemon Masters. Hmm. Yeah, I don't think there's any. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna take a break and then we're gonna go live stream. It's been like 2 hours. I've done enough talking, I think. Uh, uh, let's see. I can't find anything to talk about. Yeah, I think that's gonna be it. I think we are all set. Let's see. Okay, I think that's everything. Unless there's something on the homepage. See. Yeah, I think we're gonna go on break now and then just come back and hmm. Okay. Yeah, I don't see anything interesting. Okay. Yeah, I'd like to do that like Carl Jobst, Logan Paul video. We're gonna have to make a note of that. Yeah, we're gonna have to take. Okay. Let's see, we'll do that tomorrow. See. See what's the other thing we wanted. Actually, I might start like doing WWE content. Once I get through watching today's show, well, the last show, I'll probably like talk about it a little bit. I don't know. I'm such a young fan that I don't know if I can like really talk about it extensively, but we'll see, we'll see. So yeah, anyway, uh, yep. So we are going on break, and we'll be right back with some gameplay stream. Thank you. Here we are with some games. There we go. Yep, I had to go out and make my own dinner, unlike Review Tech USA, who has his mommy bringing the food for him. Like, oh no, I'm working, mother. Please give me my titties. Oh. Ugh. How embarrassing. Okay. So I was not a fan of the first remake of this, so yeah, I'm a big fan of like the first two House of the Dead. I don't know if I've ever played three, but yeah, if they fucked it up, I'm gonna be upset. Like, I don't know if like a good modern version of this, like just port the arcade version. Nobody who's gonna play this. Wait, credits. Wait, what? Player two? Wait, but like I'm by myself. Wait, is it registering a player two? But like I don't. Huh? Do your best to save all lives. Yeah, not gonna happen. This game is brutal. It does not fuck around. Okay. Okay. Hold B to skip. Hell yeah. I never understood why House of the Dead Overkill was so hyped when it came out. This is such a great count. Gotta love the goofy like voices of these games. It uses a stick. You gotta be you gotta be kidding me. Who the fuck plays House of the Dead with a stick? Like, this isn't how the game is meant to be played. Where are my gyro controls? Who the fuck? Like, can I switch the controls game? These games do not work with fucking sticks, okay? Single Joy-Con mode, aiming stick. What? No, I don't want a fucking both sticks. I want gyro. How the fuck do I turn on gyro? There's no gyro. You've got to be fucking kidding me. Single Joy-Con mode? Okay, I think that's all we have to do. Okay, so we're going to switch over to Joy-Cons, and hopefully, the game will just let me do that. Okay. Okay. No, you idiot. I don't want that. Use gyroscope? Yes. Holy fucking shit. Okay. Wait, it's still not working. Amy Rose from Sonic? It's still not working. What? Huh? I don't want to do. My God. My God. There we go. Okay. How do I reload? How'd they fuck this up? The gyro is so like unwieldy. Like, why is it so sensitive? How do I reload? Yeah, I know. A button? Okay. What the hell is this? Okay. And maybe I can switch back to the. Hang on. Maybe they switch back to regular controls. It's overly sensitive. Okay. Yeah, I don't typically have to like change the sensitivity to these things. Like I'm usually pretty good at adapting. So that is crazy. That was that fucking sensitive. Like it couldn't have let me like tweak the settings before we started playing. Okay. Wait, what? Hang on. Shit. Uh. Okay, so you gotta turn the single Joy-Con mode off, then switch this back on. Like, yeah, what the hell? Okay. Yeah, because the Pro controller has gyro too, right? Okay. So like, wait. Hang on. Okay, options. Use gyroscope. Yes. Wait, I turned the gyro on. Why isn't it? It's still not moving. There we go. Still way too sensitive. Controller sensitivity. What the fuck? That's cranked way down, and it's still too sensitive. What the hell is this? Yeah, it's not the yeah, the straight up broken. But what were they thinking? Like I went through the all of the original, right? On stream. I didn't like it. Yeah, here are the leeches. Yeah, they fucked it up. Aim acceleration. Let's see. No, it's still overly sensitive. Okay, control sensitivity. Use gyroscope. Yeah, they must not have play tested this because. Okay, it's a bit better now, but. Now it's not like squaring up. There we go. Wait, so it's going side to side really quickly, but not up and down. Every night. And what the hell was this? What the hell was that? Like, that was like the worst piece of gameplay I've ever seen. That was completely unplayable. Like, I'm being completely honest. Like, it's completely broken. Like, completely. Hang on. Okay. Single Joy-Con, no. Okay. Aim acceleration. Use gyroscope, yes. Combine gyroscope input with the stick, no. Like, what the... Yeah, I can't believe it. This is straight up unplayable. I'm glad I didn't buy this. This is like fucking bullshit. This is some real bullshit. This is some crazy shit. Like, the fucking Wii version plays better than this. Like, I have never had such an issue with like controller sensitivity in my life. Okay. Do your best to save all lives. Yeah, but I can't even aim my fucking gun. Apparently, James Taylor is the worst shot in the world. Holy shit. Okay. Okay. Okay, I think I fixed it. Okay, it's manageable now. It's manageable now, but why did I have to fuck around with the settings that much? Why did I have to do that? Okay. Zombies? This is like the anti-Resident Evil. Like, we're just blasting fools left and right. Gee. And I love how straightforward House of the Dead is. It's so badass. Harry the Hedgehog and Amy Rose. Wow. So Amy's cheating on Sonic with a Mario character. Okay. Oops. My God. Why are there so many people in these games? I never understood that. Yeah, now you can bang in peace. Everyone's so helpful. All right. Oh, now that I can actually play the game, like, thank you. Yeah, do you take different routes if you don't save people? Hang on. Oh, you shoot axes out of the sky like in RE4. Okay. This came before RE4, if you didn't know. Yeah, I like streaming. It's fun. Oh, fuck. Killed that guy. Yeah, he spooked me. Okay. Yeah, now that I'm actually playing it, it's actually pretty fun. And like I said, I like the game. So, House of the Dead's actually one of my favorite Sega IPs. I wish they would bring it back, but yeah, it's been dead for a while. Like, this should be like the anti RE4, honestly. Like Resident Evil. Thank you. Can I get your number? Oh shit, fuck. Yeah, she's dead. Okay. The number is now worthless. Fuck that up. Thank you, bonk. Okay. Like, I love how wild each playthrough is. It always feels like you always fail to save random people. Like G did. Like I said, this game doesn't mess around. It's just nonstop crazy bullshit. So when did this come out? 2000? I'm not sure if I played 3. Fuck. Oh, I see. I think you shoot the bastard. He reminds me of the bat from like Congo's Caper. So you're not shooting the knight, you're shooting like the fucking like demon thing. What am I supposed to do? Like, what are you talking about? I like this. Here you go. Okay. Yeah, they fucked up the controllers, like the controls, but other than that, I mean, I got them fixed. So all right. Oh, come on. What the fuck was that? So you just keep shooting him until he dies? It's a suit of armor. What are guns gonna do? Okay.
James.
What's going on in the city?
It's like Raccoon City. So his name's James, and he's fighting zombies in a city. It's like some weird crossover between Silent Hill and like and Resident Evil. It's just crazy. Yeah. I don't know if the game will let you start at like other levels. I don't know. I don't think it like it's old school and makes you go through the entire thing, but like I don't know. Typically I think the Wii version makes you do that. Yeah, I don't know. A lot of people weren't happy with the Switch port of the first one. I don't know. Like I think these. Wait, who? Oh shit! It's that car from. Why are there so many? Wow.
Want to do this? Only I've noticed sooner.
If only I noticed sooner. What? Like you always just like save them for zombies, and they always point you forward as if like they're not just gonna get attacked immediately after. Okay. Like I love the tone of these games. They're so badass. Yeah, very grindhouse. I imagine I would really love Grail. What's that? What was that cat? You can shoot the cat? I don't know. Yeah, nobody here but your career. Hey, I think I turned off my gyro somehow. Fuck. So that's another thing is that you can toggle the gyro off and on, but you have no other way to control it because of my settings. So it's like, what's the point of it? Like, just let me use the gyro. Holy fucking shit, it's a gimp. Owls. I think. That is a weird enemy type for a zombie game. You know what I want? I want one of these games, but with like Harry Potter, and he's just like going around Hogwarts, like blasting people, like monsters that are attacking the school or whatever. Make it happen, like Warner Brothers. Okay. House of the Dead, Hogwarts. Hogwarts of the Dead. Yeah. Let's do it. Piranhas, really. This reminds me of Tales of Zillia and how like Maxwell was walking on the water. Okay. How is this House of the Dead when we're not in a fucking house? I don't get it. Like the original made sense with this. I mean, it's like Resident Evil 2. Like, there's no way this isn't directly like ripping off RE2 with the city and the zombies. Why are we separated?
What's going on? City's chaos is increasing.
Gee, I wonder what it.
Seems like gold. What? Harry, we'll talk later.
I think they recorded new dialogue in the first one, as I recall. Ah, that's creepy. Ah, shit. Get away from me, you bastard. Oh, what the hell was that? Shit, I forgot to tell you that. Like, I can't keep it centered. It keeps drifting off for some reason. Yeah, there's a gyro drift. I've never seen that before. Yep. Yeah, the reticle ain't like it keeps drifting to the left for some reason. Yeah, it's a shame that like Code Veronica has gotten buried over time.
No one's gonna
Because like PlayStation Resident Capcom wanted to associate more with PlayStation, so they just didn't give a shit about the Sega one, yeah. I hate it when games run when you like pause it like that, but anyway. Uh, yeah, this is fucking bullshit. How long?
My friends from the AMS. It's me, Gold.
Goldman.
Well, the 1998 Curian case, guess who was behind it? It was Goldman. He's the head of one of the most eminent financial groups and
Oh no! Oh no! What does his early life on Wikipedia say? Okay. So is this game like red pilled? Okay. Yeah, I've never thought about that before.
all right, James.
Yeah, got it. I'm hanging on.
Yeah, the zombies in this game are so fucking active. It's insane. They can drive boats? Are you serious? These are the most high IQ zombies ever.
Harry, looks like we can go around to the right.
So does Amy fuck around by herself if you're playing with both James and Harry? Is Harry the guy from the first game? I think so. Right. I barely hear the game because it's turned down so you can hear me. It's probably just a quiet game in general. Let's see. I got that guy killed.
Reload.
Yes, this is Amy. Yes,
He
yes.
sounds awfully calm.
It seems that Goldman left a message for us.
What? From Goldman?
From
Well,
Goldman?
he says that you'll be waiting at the Coliseum on the north side of the city.
Coliseum?
The Coliseum? It might be a trap.
Where the hell is
let's
this?
Go on.
Rome? What American city has a fucking Coliseum?
Reload.
It does kind of look like
James,
Italy,
over
doesn't it?
there.
Okay. Is it
James,
common
over
for
there.
Italian cities to have the waterways, or is that just a Venice thing?
Reload.
What the?
What the? I never understood why the actors are so bad at these. I don't get it. I mean, it's all part of the fun, but I never did understand why they couldn't at least get good takes. It's just what the?
James, you go from the underground passage. We'll go this way.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll call you when something happens.
Reload.
My friends went inside, but they're not back yet.
What is this?
I told them not to go.
Is that it? Is that they just get Asian actors to do English? Oh shit! What the fuck was that? Okay.
What is?
A fucking Hydra? What is this? It's like a fucking xenomorph dragon thing. What the hell is this? Yeah, the voice acting in these games is hilariously awful. I think they re-recorded the originals, but this one seems like they preserved it actually. They remade the original a while back. So this is the second remake they've done. I don't know how it stacks up to the arcade. I haven't played the arcade version of this, I believe, ever. So I don't know. It seems pretty fine though. I don't know. The original had all these problems, and I don't really see that here. I love this shit. It's just endless, just bullshit scenarios. It's just it never fucking gets old. Okay. He just dies. You don't
I'll
have to
get you.
I'll get you. What the hell was it though?
Reload. Reload.
I think this game holds up, honestly. I wish they would release more of these classic '90s light gun games, because I've always been really fond of the genre, but there's a couple of Japanese developers that will consistently re-release them. Sega does a pretty good job keeping these available, but I don't know. I think a lot of Midway ones in particular are just not available. And it really frustrates me, because I'm really fond of the goofy, realistic explosions and the screams. It's just, and the digitized actors. I just love that bullshit. Like, I love that shit. I don't even know if those games, like, you can still find them anywhere today. I haven't seen any in years. Now, I saw Time Crisis 4 once, but, like, I don't know, that's a Japanese game, so it's not exactly... I used to see them all the time, like Area 51 and stuff like that. Yeah, House of the Dead's fucking sick, yeah. Yeah, I don't know, it sucks that, like, arcades aren't really a thing anymore. Like, the shit we get today, like the Godzilla game, right? Godzilla Kaiju Wars, like VR. Like, that stuff is fun, but it's nowhere near as good as
James,
this because, like,
come
it
quickly.
doesn't have
Something
like
terrible is happening.
as much personality. It's shorter. Like, you'll beat the game every time. There's no challenge to it. It's just, I don't know. It's a gorgeous game, but like, it's just not quite on the level of like what I want out of like a shooter game like this. Like, I don't know, it just feels like an irrelevant genre. Like, oh yeah, the Halo one exists. Like, I remember I played that, and I was really surprised at how shitty it was. I mean, yeah, I know Halo, it sucks, but like I don't know, it's
Everything's set. All we need to do is wait. What happened to Amy and Harry? We have to hurry.
we have to hurry. What are you talking about? I'm alone.
Reload! Reload!
Yeah, this is definitely a game that's playing through these games with a buddy is like some of the most fun I've ever had with any game ever. It's like, it's so cool.
Reload!
Doing like Overkill was like a magical experience. And I don't even like Overkill that much. I think it's kind of shitty. The only thing funny about it is how like it
Reload!
It really doesn't take itself serious at all. It's so ridiculous.
Help me!
And like, I'm not a big fan of the tone. Some people really love it, but
I'm not gonna let you get away! Too late.
Too late. I'm curious how long this game is.
Reload! Reload!
Lizard Man.
Help me!
Oh, thank you for rescuing me.
That guy stumps like a zombie. Like, I almost shot him. If it wasn't for his skin tone. Okay.
Reload!
Is this the Coliseum?
I want to say the original's better. I don't know. I just, maybe I'm just nostalgic for the original. But like, I don't know. Like, I just love the tone and the style.
People of the AMS, I am Goldman. I don't care if you people try to get in my way or not. In time, you'll find out who's right. This is a present from me to you. Look at your left. Amy! Harry!
Oh no, it's the Chainsaw Grandma from Resident Evil 4.
Hell.
Reload! Reload! Reload!
This is a Coliseum, but like, what are these walls then? Like, where the hell am I?
Reload!
Looks more like the labyrinth with the Minotaur.
Reload!
Yeah, I think the original had better boss fights.
Reload!
I don't know. It's been a while since I played the original. How the hell did he get up there?
Reload. Reload.
Yeah, how the hell is he getting up there so quickly? Like,
Reload. Reload.
Got him.
Amy, Harry, are you all right?
I'm all right. But Harry...
I didn't ask after you, Amy.
No.
James. The car's parked in the city square. The top floor. Building at point A0063.
Harry, I don't know what that means.
He's there. Go, James.
Thanks, Harry.
Thanks, Harry. James and
Go
Harry
then.
Potter.
I'm not gonna let you get away with this.
So my dad is dead, and now I have to revenge him. Okay. I want to see Tempton. Okay.
Our Emperor shall awaken soon. Hurry, friends.
What? Dawn?
Point A0063 is just ahead.
What the hell is that? What does that
It's
mean?
too quiet.
That's not a coordinate. Like Krauser? They were wearing the beret. I think these are Krauser. Like they have the stupid hats and everything. Krauser wasn't in Raccoon City, so like, what the fuck is this? Okay.
This must be the car.
I don't know. Would the House of the Dead protagonists just destroy like Resident Evil or what? They're like, they have unlimited ammo and they can just do whatever.
Let's hurry.
What? Oh, it's this asshole.
You.
This again?
Hey, Gorman is giving me a fucking chance.
What? They brought you back? I hate it when they reuse bosses in these games. It's just like, how lazy can you get?
Reload. 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 Reload.
Shit, what?
Reload.
Reload pretty quickly.
Reload.
Well, he's a bit faster this time. Okay.
Reload.
Go back to Congo's
Reload.
Caper is all I can say.
Reload.
This guy really does remind me of that bat from Congo's Caper.
Reload.
Zelda.
Reload.
You can reload like on the fly like this. How are you reloading this gun? Yeah, he fucks off. Oh, he's dead this time.
Remember, there's no such thing as a second chance.
Pace. It's like that one scene in Yakuza Kiwami where Kiryu didn't kill anyone. Okay. What the hell? Invisible Men? Oh, wow. Yeah, he said it was just ahead, but like, what are you talking about? I have to cross a bridge to get there? This guy again. So we're going to have to rematch all the bosses before Goldman? Yeah, I think the original's better. Honestly.
Reload.
Yeah, this is one of my favorite Sega games, and like, you don't really see anyone talk about it these days. Yeah, I don't think the bosses are as good.
Too bad. You're better off that way.
You're better off that way.
Reload. Reload.
How many continues do I have?
Reload.
Why they patiently wait their turn? Like they're in a JRPG or something. Okay.
Let's go. Prepare yourself, Goldman.
We still gotta fight like the other bosses though, right? We gotta do the chainsaw guy again, and then is he the last one or was there someone else?
So this is Goldman's headquarters.
Yeah, you think?
What? Can't be. You're...
I've been waiting for this time to come.
You?
And have no future. Either I leave or the Emperor will.
What is the plot in these games? Magician type 0.
Reload. 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 Reload.
Oh, that's it. Okay. Game over. Wow. Okay, so there are detours. The game shows you how far. So there are multiple different routes at the end, huh? That's crazy. This game has like crazy replay value. Yeah, I was wondering when I was gonna run out of lives, but yeah, I think the original is better, honestly. I like the tone more. I think the boss fights are better. Like I don't know. It's just yeah, what's the case? Oh wow. Hang on. Is it straight up not working? There we go. Okay. So here we have the very notorious Little Town Hero, a game that back in the day was the source of kind of controversy. Hey, what? Why is it not booting up? Is there something wrong with it? Oh wow. Yeah, I got this from the library, so that'd be interesting if like there could be something wrong with the game card. I hope I don't get blamed for this. So yeah, this is actually the Game Freak game that came out around the same time that Pokemon Sword and Shield did, and everybody created conspiracy theories about how they put way more effort and resources into this, which obviously isn't true. But it's very interesting how you're like the contrast between this, the Nintendo exclusive, versus the the uh the one that's coming to Xbox. Like nobody's talking shit about Beast of Reincarnation right now. Hang on, how my Bulborb flip over? Yeah, it's on its back. I guess it's dead. Yeah, I haven't played Hyrule Warriors today. I've been like, so this game is known for having an especially shitty soundtrack. Because they got some nobody American to do it, and it's just, it sounds so much worse than anything in Pokemon. Look at how amateurish this is. Please give him a name. Axe. We're gonna call this guy. So what? This obviously isn't high budget. Yeah, Game Freak can't seem to like do anything besides Pokemon. Like every time they try something else, it's like the shittiest thing ever. Like I should have boycotted this, but the music doesn't even suit what's happening. Your pants are on fire. Yeah, liar. A boy with pants on fire. He must be telling the truth. You've got to be serious? Who came up with this? A boy with pants on fire. He must be telling the truth. We can't go outside the village? What? It's through the castle. What? So what, is it surrounded by mountains? Okay, everything Game Freak does is shitty and low budget. Adventure awaits. Awaits for what? In One Piece. Yeah, it's crazy how shit this game actually is. So it completely bombed, right? They tried hyping up the soundtrack, which didn't work. Okay, what's the combat to this like? You know, in Game Freak, their combat system is probably really garbage and stupid. I think it has something to do with cards. Like it's bad in Kaidos or some shit. What? Like, it's just a menu. What? What? Okay, I'm very confused. This is different. I don't like different. Oh, okay. What? What? It's like so. Game Freak sucks at like doing anything that isn't Pokemon. It's just really weird. I think I've seen enough. This is bullshit. Fucking bullshit, man. Fucking dumb shit. Okay.
The approach to the virtual boy.
Oh no. Nintendo's spurging about the Virtual Boy. RTU just destroyed me? Like, how? I'm still here. You know, I care so little about what RTU does that, like, I'm probably not even going to look at it. Like, I don't care what RTU says or does. Like, okay. He destroyed me. Yeah, sure he did. Yeah, I'd sooner watch that Nintendo video he just put up. Let's see here. I am gonna put on some an ASMR video, and I'm just gonna chill as I play some Hyrule Warriors. Okay. Hey man, RTU could have like a million sub channel, and like he would fail to destroy me. Okay, he could be someone like he could spend the rest of his life trying to come after me, and like nothing would happen. You know, he's not relevant enough. Is the thing. Like, come back when you hit a million subs, Rich. But anyway, okay,
Shall we spar? This should do nicely.
Better get going, I guess.
is it just me? Do I have an insane amount of people to kill here?
Too easy.
Ready for this?
I'm pretty tired. I might end the stream now and like get some work done. I haven't worked on the book in a couple of hours, so yeah. Yeah, I don't think since 6. So yeah, it's been 8 hours. I probably should be back on now. Who would win, RTU or a forklift? Forklifts can fuck you up. Like if you don't know, because of the way they're built, they can actually do like more damage to you than a car. Because they, yeah, forklifts are like fucking insane, bro. Don't fuck with a forklift. Yeah, it'd be nice getting to the point where like we don't have to. We can finish this. I don't. Yeah, I wanted to play Air Riders tonight, but it's been a while since we played Air Riders. Uh. Ooh.
Agriston! Yeti Zelda!
Ooh. Pretty big map.